You got two for Brian? One for Brian. Oh, I see.
Other young lady from yesterday, she's coming in shortly, so I'll let her know. Madison, she was here yesterday. Oh. She's coming, so I'll let her know. Yes, I'm sorry. I should have addressed it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, first up, I have Mr. Tom. Mr. Muhammad, how can I help you, sir? Mr. Muhammad.
Yes, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I have Mr. Pettis.
Mr. Who?
Pettis.
I don't see a Pettis on my docket.
It's, I don't know if it might be Pettis, Petties. It's Keyshawn. I have him up as well.
Not on my docket. What is he charged with?
He's charged with CESAM and CFC1. We're supposed to be up for a PCC today.
Doesn't hear you. Oh, John Davis.
Calling case number 240-5646, the people of the state of Michigan versus Pettis. Defendant is being charged with count 1, 5, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, and is 17 years old or older. Also being charged. Count 10, Will. Count 17, child sexually abusive activity, aggravated. Count 18, Will. $24.25, computers using to commit a crime, maximum imprisonment of 10 years or more of life. Today's making time for probable cause appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Melissa Palop on behalf of the people, P74121.
Good morning, Your Honor. Najad Mihana appearing on behalf of Mr. Keyshawn Pettis, P59371.
Try that again, Mr. Mahana, you breaking up.
Good morning, Your Honor. Najad Mihana appearing on behalf of Mr. Pettis, P59371.
All right, what's your pleasure, counsel?
We're respectfully requesting this matter be set for an exam, and I'm requesting any all paper and digital discovery.
And Your Honor, if I could just let Mr. Mahana know about the discovery. You're going to have to come to my office to actually look at the bulk of the discovery because it is all video CSAM evidence. So you and I will have to touch base for you to come in to review it.
What do you mean by I have to come in to review it?
I can't give you that discovery. Like,
Why?
because it's CSAM.
What's CSAM?
It's sexually abusive material. I cannot give you the discovery. I can give you the paper discovery, but the videos, you're gonna have to come in to see. That's just the law. There's nothing I can do about that.
Okay.
So you and I just need to touch base so we can have a date where you can come in to review it.
Okay.
No, normally, Madam Prosecutor, we have these kinds of cases all the time. It's not a situation where they're not giving over the discovery. What they do is they prepare a protective order.
No, I can't. I'll be producing CSAM if I give him the videos of the acts. It's literally sexually abusive material. Like the law is, I cannot copy it. I cannot reproduce it. He cannot possess it. It's a felony to possess it. Like I can't, I really cannot give over sexually abusive material.
Well, I mean, I guess, is there an MCL that I can look at that says that? I mean, I guess that would defeat the whole point of preparing for a defense for my client if the only way I can view it is to come sit in your office and view it. But
I mean, if you just look at the statute for sexually abusive material, I mean, I have never in my life turned over or copied, because I physically can't copy it, CSAM, like ever. I've never done that.
so I guess, Judge, can we set up for an exam a little farther out so we can, so I can contact the prosecutor, and if there's any issues to address, we can come earlier on the record. But
Deal with cases all the time with sexually abusive material where discovery is given over to defense counsel, given with protective orders that he's not to share that information with anyone else.
Does anybody know the law that allows me to do that? Because everything I've looked at says I'm producing CSAM and then he's possessing CSAM. So then everybody's committing felonies. I'm happy to look it up and do like a quick memo for everybody, but without somebody giving me the law that tells me I can do that, I believe I'm producing CSAM and I just can't do it.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
Ms. Moses.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Moses. Ms. Moses, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
We deal with cases all the time involving sexually abusive activity caught on video and the like, right?
Yes, sir. Sometimes, yes.
How do you deal with discovery and getting that information over to defense counsel?
In the past, I have had defense attorneys go to the police station to view the items. We have a storage in our office, but sometimes police officers don't even give it to us. So we ourselves go to the police station to view the material.
I see. Okay. So the protective orders that we normally.
That just applies to the kids' talks typically, not to sexually. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Mahana, get in contact with, how do you pronounce your last name, ma'am?
Palapu?
Get in contact with Ms. Palapu to arrange to view the video and the like. I'll set this matter for preliminary examination on how's April 22nd?
That's fine. For the
Judge, I can do April 22nd if it's in the afternoon.
April 22nd at 1:30?
I can do that if Ms. Palabu can do that.
I can do that.
All right, April 22nd at 1:30. Bond will be continued.
Thank
you, Judge. See you then.
Thank you. Mr. Cash.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry, good morning, sir. Here on Antoine Moore, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just setting an exam.
Calling case number 220-557, through 6, the people of the state of Michigan versus Antoine Moore. The defendant is being charged with count 1 on evasion, second degree, count 2 arson, preparation to wrongful property, count 3 telecommunication services, malicious abuse, count 4 telecommunication services, malicious abuse. Today's date, time for probable cause, appearances.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Mayor. Please score Your Honor. Attorney Damien Cash, P number 85852, on behalf of Mr. Antoine Moore. Mr. Moore, please unmute and state your name for the record. Your Zoom.
Where do you see Mr. Moore?
I don't see him.
Bring him out the way now.
And I spoke with him this morning, so I know he's supposed to be joining.
Here he comes. Tell us your name, sir. Mr. Moore, tell us your name.
Antoine Moore.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I've received discovery from Sister Counsel. He continues to stand mute. I just need to set the preliminary exam date.
Court will enter a plea of not guilty, continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How's April 17th at 10:30?
Checking right now, Your Honor. At 10:30?
Yes, sir.
10:30 is perfect, Your Honor.
All right, April 17th at 10:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. You will have a great day.
Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here on Renato Rodriguez. Ms. Reynolds contacted me about doing an arraignment on this case today. I contacted the court that Mr. Rodriguez is in ICE custody, and that's why he failed to appear for a PCC we had scheduled last week.
So you're here for an arraignment?
On the failure to appear warrant. Your Honor issued a KPS last week.
Okay, you say he's with ICE?
He's in ICE custody, held at the St. Clair County Jail.
Okay, you have that case controlled.
Yes, I have the list. All right, case number 240-563, have 8 people of the same mission versus Renato Rodriguez. Defendants in charge with count 1, assault with intent to deliver violence, less than murder. Count 2, domestic violence. To be today's time for a hearing. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, here on behalf of Renato Rodriguez, who is not present today, but is in custody at the St. Clair County Jail.
Okay, so apparently this court issued a KPS for the defendant's failure to appear, but he was in custody with ICE, so I'm told. The court will set aside the KPS, reinstate the original bond.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm relying on your representations as an officer of the court.
Yes, Judge, I can forward the information from the ICE website that he is in custody. You know, he has an A number with the, and it clearly states that he's in custody at the St. Clair County Jail. So I can send that to the court, which I think would be helpful in getting a writ issued as well.
Oh. Okay. So I don't know if they're going to release him to us if he stands to be reported. How do you wish to proceed, Ms. Mack?
Judge, I'm asking that we first schedule, we can schedule the exam as well, but that we schedule at least one PCC prior to the exam. This is the first that I have a case with a client in ICE detention. And so I'm hopeful that they would honor your Honor's order, bring him at least by Zoom for the PCC. I'd be able to speak with him. I'd ask that we have an interpreter present, and that, you know, we can also schedule the exam, but I want to be able to have a PCC where we see that he's being brought before sometime before that exam is scheduled.
Okay, let's try it. I'll adjourn the PCC to April 18th at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge. Is the court able to request an interpreter for that hearing, or do I need to do that?
Yes, we'll do it.
Thank you. I'll send Ms.
Mr.
Reynolds. Thank you. You'll have a good day.
Okay. Yes, send Ms. Reynolds the information where he's housed.
I'll do that right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rickens.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am here on Jarvis Platz.
Okay.
All in case number 240-56518, people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Platz. Defendant is in charge with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Sword notice. Count 2. Criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age Second, for substitute offense notice, control offender for offense notice. Today is the date time for probable cause hearing. Parents, please.
Do I have an APA here on Butts? Ms. Moses, is that you?
No, sir, that's not mine. I just have Manning and Usery.
That's not yours, Ms. Strang?
No, Judge.
If it's a child abuse case, though, Judge, I'll stand in right now.
Okay. It is. Appearance for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125, on behalf of Mr. Jarvis Butts. Your Honor, Mr. Butts is in the custody of the Wayne County Jail. I would waive his presence for the PCC.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Yeah, I'd like to set this matter for a preliminary examination. I will note that I have not received any digital discovery in this matter. Before you set dates, unfortunately, I have a seminar scheduled for the 17th and the 18th of next week.
Okay, we'll do April 19th.
I think I apologize. I said the dates wrong. It's actually Thursday and Friday. So I believe that is I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the calendar. I believe that is the 18th and 19th. I apologize. I misspoke.
All right, so we'll do April 17th at 11 o'clock.
Can I have just one moment?
Judge, may I
please?
have the first name of defendant, please? I'm sorry.
Jarvis Raymond Butts,
Okay, thank you. It's 417 at what time, Your Honor?
11 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
That should be fine. That should be fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Riggins, may I send you a protective order, or can I sign on your behalf for the digital?
Yes, you can sign on my behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Fine, continue, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Spahn. Janet Spahn.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. Sorry. Couldn't
Good
unmute for a
morning.
second.
What can I do for you?
I have Shanielle Thomas.
Okay. Raymond Thomas.
Calling case number 240-56460, the people of the state of Michigan versus Shanielle Thomas. The defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with dangerous weapon, felony assault, and 2, domestic violence. Today is the date and time for probable cause hearing. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Janet Spahn appearing on behalf of Shanielle Thomas, P43281.
And what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we need to set an exam date, please.
Are you waiving the defendant's presence?
I am. I'm not sure why she's not here. I have been in contact with her.
For the waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is April 17th at 11:30?
Not good, Your Honor. Could we do a Thursday afternoon?
No, ma'am. It's my homicide.
Monday, the
and that's the target.
22nd?
Sorry?
Monday, the 22nd?
Skip Friday, the 19th.
Your Honor, I do a docket for another referee on Wednesdays and Fridays.
22nd at 10 o'clock.
That's perfect.
April 22nd at 10 o'clock. Ronald, you continue.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Ms. Michon.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Aisha Harris. I emailed the court, the clerk, and prosecution. It's presently set for a preliminary examination. She needs to be referred for competency to stand trial. I did not wish to delay that, so I'm chiming in early.
Okay, I appreciate your proactiveness.
I try.
Scheduled for when?
I apologize. I don't have the calendar in front of me. I know Ms. Moses is on it. Perhaps she has the date at hand.
Yes, Your Honor, it's for April 23rd. I believe at 10 a.m.
I just know how critical your docket is, and I hate to delay matters.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Calling case number 240-56311, the people of the state of Michigan versus Aisha Harris. Defendant is being charged with count 1, homicide, felony murder, count 2, child abuse, first degree. Today is the date and time for hearing. Appearances, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167, on behalf of Ms. Harris, who is in the Wayne County Jail. We would ask you waive her appearance for these purposes.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, after speaking with Ms. Harris and her family, she has a lengthy psychiatric history for which she is not receiving any treatment within the Wayne County Jail. I do not believe she can assist in her defense on this homicide. We would be requesting a referral for competency to stand trial.
All right, the court will refer the defendant for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date for July 11th at 8:30.
Beautiful. Thank you so very much, and thank you for squeezing us in.
Not a problem. Have a great day.
Right back at you.
Ms. Brush. Ms. Brush, are you there? Ms. Brush going once. Ms. Brush going twice. Moving on. Good morning, Ms. Quick.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here for Emmanuel Mannings and Stephen Carson.
For Mannings and who? Carson? Okay.
Yes.
We're ready on Mannings and Carson.
Calling case number 240-56560, the people of the state of Michigan versus Emmanuel Mannings. Defendant is being charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person of 13, 17 years older, sword notice. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 3, weapons, felony firearm. Today is the date and time for counsel Carson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973 on behalf of Emmanuel Mannings. I do not see him on the screen. He's in the Wayne County Jail, but if the court's willing, I'm able to waive his presence.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we'd like to schedule this for a preliminary examination. We would also like to request digital discovery. We do have some paper, I believe.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. House April 17th at 12:30.
I can do that,
I
Judge.
will be in Romulus at noon for a preliminary exam. I will not be back here in time. I could do the 18th in the afternoon or the 19th in the afternoon if the court has any availability.
Eighteenth is my homicide day. Do April 19th at 12.
That's fine, Judge.
That works.
Ms. Quick, may I put your name on a protective order for any kids talks? Or do you want to
Yes.
review first? Okay, thank you.
Is it the standard order?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready on Carson.
And Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Mannings, we would ask for a pretrial services report.
I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Thank you.
Calling case number 240-5655510, the people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Carson. The defendant is being charged with count 1, torture, count 2, weapons, felony firearms, second offense notice, count 3, unlawful imprisonment, count 4, weapons, felony firearms, second offense notice, count 5, assault with intent to break out in harm, that's your murder. Count 6, weapons, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 7, weapons, firearms, possession by a particular person. Count 8, weapons, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 9, assault with dangerous weapons, felonious assault. Count 10, weapons, felony firearms, second offense notice. Count 11, domestic violence, second offense notice. Today's the date and time for a probable cause conference. Attorneys, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249, standing in for the Attorney of Record, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Tina Moynihan.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, on behalf of Stephen Carson. Mr. Carson is in Division 2 of the Wayne County Jail. I do not see him appearing this morning. We would ask to waive his presence.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
We would ask to set this for a preliminary examination.
How is April 19th at 12:30?
Just fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
We continue. Thank you.
With regard to bond, Your Honor, could we order or request a pretrial services report as well?
Yeah, I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
And that's April 19th at 12:30, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Where did Ms. Brush go? That's it. Hey, did you end up doing CC?
I will tell you about that one. It is on my last night. You want some? Here, thumbs up. Let's get on. You got the ticket first of all. So where they at? Call over there 8774 and tell your mom that the ticket's still downstairs.
All right, cool. Cool, all right.
Thanks. And then Madison on her way down. Right.
Not Mr. Usery, but the other person in the Wayne County Jail. What's your name, sir? Division 146, what's your name again?
John Pettis.
Okay, sir. We did your case. Your next court date is April 22nd at 1:30. You're all set.
April 22nd at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Judge, what was the court date for Mr. Manning as well?
Mr. Manning is April 19th at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to kind of check.
No, I'm just stepping up some nuts and like. Yeah, I know about it. Maybe they had one of these things, and if there's gonna be a day. I think they used to see. Hey, Usery.
She's in the exam. She says she says.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I just was. Okay, yeah, I didn't know, that's what she said, that he didn't show, so she wouldn't get caught. Sorry.
Yeah, she did show up.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That was.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Are we done with Mr. How you say, Kenneth Usery?
No, not yet. We're waiting on his attorney to come back.
No problem. And what about Mr. Jarvis Butts?
Yeah, we did, Mr. Butts. His next court date is April 17th at 11 o'clock. In person for an exam.
No problem, sir. I'll pass that on.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Did he come on the phone or is he, did we do him? What is his, Carson?
Yes, sir.
He's right under the
Yeah, April 19th.
April 19th at 2. Thank you.
So what is he doing now, Sandy? I haven't seen him.
They were doing a tour of different rooms of that college.
Oh, okay.
And he made a video appearance, but you know, he still trying to recover from that stroke,
But he had a stroke?
major stroke. Yes, he was totally incapacitated.
Oh, wow.
So he's been, you know, 2 years just not rehabilitated. So they did a, you know, a video of him, his appearance. He's talking a lot better, his mouth is still. So he's doing a lot better than he was. Our 50th class reunion is this year. And I'm hoping it will come. There were a lot of years where he donated to sponsor a lot of our classmates.
Okay.
Great to go.
Can you go talk, actually, go talk to him. You got time, I just got. Which one you want, both of them?
No, there's a little, just cold batch.
Kovacs? I haven't put in the last one.
Thank you.
Yep. So can you put a Kovac or the detainees on the detainees? It should be Kovac. All right. All right. Yes, sir. There you go. How many witnesses are you next to?
I don't know. I'm sick. I almost couldn't come. Been up since 3:30. I don't know. Stomach something early. And then Jonathan Hicks texted me, I'm sick. We have a PCC this afternoon. I'm gonna try to find someone else to cover. Here I am, dragging my old ass down here. He's trying to find someone to cover a Zoom PCC. Get a text from my daughter, my youngest, who's at Michigan. And I read only the first part, and it says, this is hilarious, not. It says, someone ran a stop sign on my run and hit me with their car. So I only see the first part, and I'm like, what? I'm fine. I stuck my arms out, protected my body. Well, do I need to come up there and take you to the hospital? You know, I'm fine. Like, so then why tell me this and give me a heart attack? Yeah. Just continuing to run. I put that in a category of thing you don't need to tell your mother.
Like my dad. We're in my front right.
Yes, exactly. I'm fine, but well, like I used to say to my kids when they were little, they selling something, like, is there blood? Then leave me alone. Hey, Aaron.
Judge, how are you? Awesome.
Mr. Evans here?
Yeah, he's right here.
May I talk to him?
Absolutely.
Hey, Charles. Hi, how are you now? Good. I'm this is, yeah. It's all the legal discovery. It's reports, the medical exams, it's interrogation records from after extra statements. Now, there was also two additional descriptions things. One from February of last year.
I mean, our stuff is there. There's officers out there.
You got one ahead of you, the Evans first. She's here for the Evans case. She's downstairs talking to one of the detainees.
Wait, I'm sorry.
The held in part exam. Evans.
Oh, that's before us?
Yes.
I wish somebody would have let me know. I'm sure I'm still down right now. Morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have a witness that's just got into a cab. We set them for 9 a.m. They broke down, the cab service did, one of their cars overheated. And then they just set up another one, and they just picked them up. Like, that's about 15 minutes.
Another example.
I apologize and apologize.
Okay. I know. Miss Silver doesn't.
I don't feel well. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Are these your glasses? Okay. Probably take. Well, I don't know if you have extra care, like, I think I need readers.
Mr. Bosey's here.
And Emmy is here as well, so I just
Okay,
didn't
great.
forget. My stuff out, basically. Hi. I'll give you a copy. You want it before or after? Yeah, that was gonna give one to the witness in case she needs a reference. And yes, you will need this one. There was some medical words I had to train. What is this? Make a copy of that.
Tomorrow would be a late start. Yeah, I saw that. I bought that works out perfect for me anyway. Take care of something. Are you coming in for the PCs or you gonna do it from Zoom? Okay. Copy that. Tomorrow, 3. Yeah, 3. Mr. Gozi. Yeah, I'm gonna actually have him go downstairs. So we have a little more time to talk to him. Okay, but we gonna do another exam first. The prosecutor's not ready. Mr. Gozi is on this one. Oh, he on both of them? Oh, okay. He's on the one with person. He's not on this set. Oh. I thought Gozi was on Evans. Right, right. Is he on Underwood too? No. Oh, go. Evans not ready yet. Remember the prosecutor just told you? That's the prosecutor. For Evan? The prosecutor on Evans. No, she's on Underwood.
Yes.
Yeah, she's on Evans. So we are doing Evans now. Thank you, Jess. All right, my bad, my bad. I'll come get him when I'm ready to. I appreciate you. Sorry. Sorry, yeah, ready. Yeah, we ready? Close, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Just want to set up if I could.
Calling case 2456236, people of the state of Michigan versus Charles Anthony Evans Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony murder, count 2 child abuse first degree. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Aaron Wellman, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, this is Sean Porter, goes on behalf of Mr. Charles Evans, P number 60310.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Charles Evans. All right, today, this matter was held in part on April 4th and continued for today's date. The court did have an opportunity to view the video. And I understand that people have one more witness, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. And just for the record, we would ask that the mutual order sequestration stay in place. I only see one person on behalf of the victim today who is not a witness in this case.
And I would join in that, and also, of course, those folks watching on YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off. Okay?
Thank you.
Call your witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Nicole Kroon. Kroon back here.
Oh.
Okay. I was gonna end it. Okay. Right.
Now, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box. Send a lot of you later.
I know.
Maybe you can raise your hand.
Sorry, Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Nicole Kroon.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently an assistant medical examiner at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office in Detroit, Michigan.
How long have you been with the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
Since October of 2022.
Is that the total amount of time you've been a medical examiner?
No, I graduated from my forensic pathology fellowship in June 2022, after which I worked as a per diem contract forensic pathologist at the Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office in Everett, Washington.
And how long did you work there?
I was there from June until October.
And prior to coming into court today, did you provide me with a copy of your CV?
I did.
And may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 10. Can you take a look at that and tell me what I just handed you?
This looks like the copy of my CV.
Sorry, Judge, there was just 2 potential witnesses in here that I just released from the courtroom. Can you tell me what I just handed you as people's proposed exhibit 10?
A copy of my CV.
Okay, sorry, I don't know if I heard that. And does this CV truly and accurately represent your work experience, education, and forensic pathology?
Yeah.
I would move to admit people's 10.
No objection for Tam, only judge.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are you a medical doctor?
I am.
Based on people's admitted exhibit 10, we would move to officially qualify this witness as an expert in forensic pathology.
So stipulate, for example.
Take 4 minutes time to testify as an expert in forensic pathology. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to take you to the present case here. Did you perform an autopsy on someone by the name of Kinsley Evans?
I did.
Do you recall the medical examiner case number as it relates to Kinsley Evans?
23-08004.
Did you author a report with respect to that autopsy of Kinsley Evans and your findings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed 11. May I approach the witness?
May.
To show you what's been marked as people's proposed 11. Can you tell me what I just handed you?
This is a copy of my autopsy report.
And in looking through those pages, you authored this report, Dr. Kroon?
I did.
Does that report appear to have any alterations or deletions from your authoring of the report?
It does not.
Is this a true and accurate depiction of your report and accurately represents your findings as to the autopsy performed on Kinsley Evans?
Yes.
Move to admit people's 11.
Any objection? No objection, I'm sorry. Admit it?
Permission to publish?
Yes.
So before we get into the specifics of your autopsy of Kinsley, can you just very briefly describe your processes and procedures for conducting an autopsy?
Yes, so a postmortem examination can be comprised of 3 parts. There's an external examination where we look at the outside of the body, document any findings you might see there. Then there's the internal examination, which is commonly referred to as the autopsy, and that is a surgical procedure whereby we open up the body and dissect out the organs so that we can examine them. And then the third part of the postmortem might be ancillary studies such as radiography, microscopy, microbial studies.
And as far as that process in performing an autopsy examination, did you follow that same process in your autopsy of Kinsley Evans?
I did.
Are there any special or particular procedures that you follow in performing an autopsy of a child?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, we can do specialized dissection techniques. So in this case, I saved the brain in formalin for a few weeks and then sent it for neuropathology consult. And a neuropathologist is somebody in pathology who has subspecialized in the nervous system, musculoskeletal system. I also removed the cervical spine. So those are the bones of the spine that are in the neck to look for any evidence of injury. Also unroofed the eyes and examined those for any evidence of injury. I also performed a layered neck dissection. And then we also performed a full body skin flip.
Sorry, full body skin flip.
Like,
yeah. And that's what you did in this particular case as it relates to Kinsley Evans?
Yes, those were the additional specialized dissection techniques that I used.
And when you're performing an autopsy, generally, what is your goal of performing an autopsy?
The primary goal of performing a postmortem examination is to determine cause and manner of death.
And what's cause of death? What does that mean?
Cause of death is an initial injury or disease that sets off a physiologic chain of events leading to death.
And what about manner of death?
Manner of death is a classification system made for public health purposes.
But 1 second. I just see some people in the courtroom. I want to make sure they're not witnesses, Judge.
Ladies, identify yourselves. Stand up, please.
I'll pray around.
Say your name
Aubrey,
again.
I believe? Yes. grandmother, is that just Mr. Evans?
Yeah, is that just your first name or is that first name?
Your complete name, ma'am?
Outright.
Howard?
Yes.
And who is that with you? Stand up, I can't hear you.
Brian Green.
The Brad Green?
Yes, his sister. That's his sister, yes.
Okay, okay. I don't believe grandma is.
I don't anticipate calling this witnesses.
Thank you, sorry about that. I'm sorry to cut you off, Dr. Green. Can we just go back to manner of death? Can you explain what manner of death is?
Yes, manner of death is a classification system designed for public health purposes to describe the details surrounding death.
How many categories of manner of death are there?
In most jurisdictions, including Wayne County, there are 5.
What are those categories?
Natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and indeterminate or unknown.
So now I want to turn specifically to the autopsy you performed on Kinsley Evans. What date did you perform that autopsy? So that would be admitted exhibit 11.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
And do your best to rely on memory. I understand this happened some time ago. So I'm just going to ask you again, what date did you perform the autopsy of Kinsley Evans?
June 27, 2023.
Are you aware of what date Kinsley Evans was pronounced deceased?
June 26, 2023.
When you first started your autopsy of Kinsley Evans, was there something that you initially noticed?
2 things. She was small for her age, and also she had readily apparent external injuries.
So let's segue into that, beginning with your external examination of the head and neck. What, if anything, did you note on your external examination in terms of injuries or observations as it related to Kinsley Evans?
So for the head and neck, externally, I saw bruising on multiple areas of the face and head. There was also a faint abrasion on the right chin, and that's great for the right eye also had petechiae, and the left eye had multifocal subconjunctival hemorrhages.
So I just want to stop you there. So when we first talk about the external contusions, how many external contusions did you know on Kinsley's head or neck, approximately?
10.
And then you mentioned something as it relates to the right eye of your external examination. What was that?
There were rare palpebral petechial hemorrhages.
All right, doctor, you're gonna have to explain what that means to me.
So petechial hemorrhages are pinpoint hemorrhages that are caused when there's increased intravascular pressure in the smallest vessels of the body, causes them to rupture. And palpebral just means the inner surface of the eyelid. So that's where the PPI were located.
In your experience and as an expert in forensic pathology, are there typical types of potential causes of this type of injury?
Yes. So actually the TPI are most commonly seen in natural causes of death, predominantly cardiac causes of death. Other things that we associate TPI with are asphyxial deaths, so deaths due to strangulation or compression. And also the TPI can be seen positionally, so if the decedent is face down for a long period of time, the blood will pool in that part of the body, which can increase the intravascular pressure and cause rupture.
So you said if the body is face down and the blood is pooled in that area, that could cause this injury.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, as it relates to Kinsley Evans, how was the blood pooled as it related to Kinsley Evans?
The blood was pooled posteriorly, so on the back.
So what does that tell you?
So that tells me that she wasn't in a face down position for long enough for the blood to settle and cause those petechial hemorrhages.
Okay. And then you mentioned something you observed as it related to the left eye with your external examination. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, the left eye had multifocal subconjunctival hemorrhages.
Can you explain what that means, Dr. Krim?
They're similar to petechial hemorrhages, except larger in size, but caused by similar mechanism, increased intravascular pressure, petechial pressure, in small vessels.
And in your experience and as an expert in forensic pathology, are you able to explain what possibly could cause this type of injury?
It'd be similar to the things that can cause petechial hemorrhages.
And those were?
And those were positional. So if the decedent is face down or upside down, it can also be due to asphyxial causes of death, such as strangulation or compression. And then and technically, also resuscitation can possibly cause them, although for resuscitation to cause petechial or subconjunctival hemorrhages, we have to have return of the circulation. And return of the blood circulation after somebody becomes unresponsive, their heart stops beating, if they're able to start beating again, the blood flowing, and it can cause these petechial hemorrhages. Because if there's decreased intravascular pressure when the blood stops moving, and then that restart of the blood pressure can cause the vessels to rupture.
And are you aware, based on your review of evidence in this case, if that occurred?
Based on what I remember of my medical record review, that did not occur in this case.
So now I want to move on to the internal examination of the head and neck. Okay, we just talked about external, now internal. What, if anything, did you note in terms of injuries or observations?
So there were multiple areas and some areas of confluent hemorrhage within the scalp and a membrane that overlays the skull, so subcutaneous hemorrhages. There were also bilateral perioptic nerve sheath hemorrhages, as well as punctate hemorrhage within the fascia, the superior belly of the left humeral highway muscle, hemorrhage into the superior aspect of the left thymus lobe, and then hemorrhage around the right thyroid horn.
Okay, so I want to take those kind of just briefly one by one. So the first one, the temporal and occipital scalp and subgaleal hemorrhages. What does this mean and how do you see these? How are you able to see these injuries?
So temporal and occipital are just referring to different parts of the scalp. So the temporal regions of the scalp are those on the sides, and the occipital portion of the scalp is that in the back. And so we see these when we go in to remove the brain, we reflect the skin of the scalp. And when we do that, we're able to see the injuries to the scalp and subcutaneous.
So when you say reflect the scalp, are you seeing basically the underside of the scalp?
Yes.
And in your experience as a forensic pathologist, do you typically see these types of injuries with a specific type of case or cause?
These types of injuries happen with blunt force trauma.
And then moving on to the next one, the focal right frontal left parietal scalp and subgaleal hemorrhages. Can you tell me what that means?
Yes. So frontal and parietal also refer to other places on the scalp. So frontal being the front portion, and parietal is the superior portion of the scalp. And so just hemorrhages in that area that were similar to hemorrhages in the occipital.
And for these particular injuries, in your experience as a forensic pathologist, what could cause these types of injuries?
They're also caused by blunt force trauma.
So now I want to talk about the bilateral perioptic nerve sheath hemorrhages. Can you explain what is a perioptic nerve sheath?
So the optic nerves go from the back of your eyeball to your brain, and those nerves are protected by something called a sheath. And so this just means that there was hemorrhage into the sheath around the nerve.
And
you have an opinion as an expert in forensic pathology, what could cause this type of injury, this hemorrhage in the nerve sheath, optic nerve sheath?
It's most commonly seen in cases of shaking, but can also be seen in cases of head trauma. And can be seen if there's some sort of injury or disease that is causing increased intracranial pressure.
Now, I want to take you to the next injury, and I don't want to butcher a few of the words in there. So can you remind me of the injury, the next hemorrhage that you noted internally? I think it's the omohyoid muscle?
Omohyoid muscle.
Omohyoid.
Yes, the omohyoid muscle is one of the many muscles in the neck.
Is it located in a specific area of the neck?
It's more anterior, so.
And as an expert in forensic pathology, what does a hemorrhage in that particular muscle tell you?
It indicates some sort of trauma to the neck.
And as an expert in forensic pathology, do you have an opinion as to what could cause that type of injury?
Hemorrhages into the neck muscles are most commonly associated with cases of strangulation.
And then the next hemorrhage that you noted and testified to was the superior aspect of the left thymus lobe. Where's the left thymus lobe located?
So the thymus is a gland that everybody is born with, but it involves as you get older, so atrophies and disappears. But in kiddos, it can be variable in size. It overlays the heart, so it's from the chest. And depending on how large it is, portions of it can sit into the lower neck area.
In this particular case, were you able to ascertain what part of the thymus lobe contained hemorrhages?
So that would be the more superior aspect, so towards the neck.
And as a forensic pathologist, what does this injury tell you?
It's also indicative of some sort of injury to the neck.
And do you have an opinion as to what could cause this type of injury?
Well, in conjunction with the other findings, it's also indicative of strangulation.
And then I want to take you to the last hemorrhage that you testified to, the right thyroid horn. Where is the right thyroid horn located?
So the right thyroid horn is part of the thyroid cartilage, which is a cartilage in your neck. It makes up your Adam's apple. And so the greater horn is one of those aspects of the cartilage.
And what does an injury to this thyroid horn tell you as a forensic pathologist?
Again, it's indicative of some sort of injury to the neck.
And based on this injury, as well as the other injuries that you noted in the neck, do you have an opinion as an expert in forensic pathologist of what caused those injuries?
Yes, in total, the constellation of findings are indicative of strangulation.
Now, doctor, have you had any education or read any publications as it relates to strangulation?
I have.
Are you able to, in your education with that, opine as to how long force or pressure must be applied for a child to lose consciousness or then subsequently die?
So on average, if both of the carotid arteries, which are the main arteries in the neck that take blood to your brain, if both of those are occluded, it takes about 10 seconds to lose consciousness. And studies have shown that in kiddos, their heart starts to slow about 30 seconds into compression. And then their electrical activity of their heart will flatten essentially at 60 seconds. It doesn't mean their heart is no longer getting blood to circulate, but that's kind of indicative of oncoming. And in general, it's 5 to 10 minutes of oxygen starvation that leads to death.
said 5 to 10 minutes of oxygen starvation?
Yeah, so
Okay.
if blood is not able to get to your brain for 5 to 10 minutes, yeah.
Does that oxygen starvation start with the slowing of the heart? When does it start? It doesn't have to be, you're completely not getting oxygen, or it's a slow process?
It can be a slow process.
So now I want to move on to the external examination of the torso and pelvis. What, if anything, did you note on your external examination of the torso and pelvis?
So externally, there were also a few bruises, one on the upper back on the right and one on the left upper back.
Did you conduct an internal examination of the torso and pelvis?
I did.
What, if anything, did you note as it relates to injuries or observations with your internal examination of the torso and pelvis?
So internally, there was a displaced posterior right sixth rib fracture, which was accompanied by intercostal hemorrhage spanning the first to fifth ribs, as well as 18 millimeters of bloody fluid in the right chest cavity. There was also hemorrhage within the pelvis, and it tracked along the muscles and the fascia of some of the organs.
When you say the pelvis, are we talking about the entire pelvis or just one side?
Both sides.
Anything else noted on your internal examination of the torso and pelvis?
Yes, when we split the skin, there were some punctate hemorrhages, so small hemorrhages in the left lower and midline lower back.
You mentioned when you what did the skin?
So
I just didn't hear the word.
Oh, leg.
Oh, okay. So what does that mean?
So it means that we essentially remove all of the skin to look for occult injuries.
I'm sorry, so.
Yes.
Anything else with the internal examination of the torso and pelvis?
Yes. The other finding that I noted was that there were multiple bilateral healing rib fractures with callus formation.
Were there specific ribs that were indicated as to be in healing or healed stages?
Yes, the first to 8th ribs on the right, and the second to 7th, as well as the 9th rib on the left.
Now, when you noted this injury, are you able to time the healing of those?
So based on the callus formation, we would classify that as chronic. So I can't really narrow that down to timeline, but would be weeks to years out. And then on my microscopy, I took a look at the calluses. So I took a section of the calluses and it was made into a slide. And that slide I looked at under the microscope, so I'm able to look at the cellular structure of the tissue. And when I did that, I saw both acute and chronic changes. So the calluses showed indications of re-injury, so multiple injuries over time.
Were there any other findings as it relates to the external examination of the extremities?
Yes, there were a couple more contusions or bruises.
And where were those located?
One was on the anterior front part of the right forearm, and the other was on the back of the right forearm.
Were you able to examine Kinsley's internal organs?
I was.
Any significant findings from the examination of Kinsley's internal organs that would explain cause of death?
No.
Were you able to rule out any signs of underlying disease?
Yes.
Tell me how you did that.
So macroscopically, with my naked eye at autopsy, I didn't see any evidence of natural disease. And then I also took sections of all of the major organs and looked at those under the microscope. so I didn't see any evidence of natural disease. I also did a nasopharyngeal swab for respiratory viral pathogen panel testing, and that was negative.
Was toxicology conducted in this case?
It was.
Did you receive a copy of those findings?
I did.
Were there anything within the toxicology findings that would explain cause of death?
No.
And you mentioned you reviewed microscopic slides,
Yes.
and as it related to any underlying signs of disease, there was nothing to make note of. Anything else to make note of as it related to your review of those slides?
Just what I've already mentioned of reviewing the slides of the reproductive policies.
In this particular case, what did you rule the cause of death of Kinsley Evans?
Multiple injuries.
Do you have an opinion as it relates to these multiple injuries, what the main injuries that caused Kinsley's death were?
So there's the constellation of findings that provide evidence of strangulation. There were also the multiple blunt force injuries, as well as the perioptic nerve sheath hemorrhage, which could be indicative of shaking.
What did you rule the manner of death in this case?
Homicide.
What does that mean? What does homicide mean? Why do you come to that conclusion?
Homicide means death at the hands of another. And I ruled out the other causes. So suicide is intentional harm to oneself per developmental stage. We ruled that out, as well as accident. She wouldn't be expected to be mobile enough to cause all of these injuries. And then undetermined, indeterminate. I know the injuries have to come from somewhere, so it must be inflicted by another party.
And I just want to show you what's been marked as people's proposed 12 through 29. May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm handing you what's been marked as people's proposed 12 through 29. Can you just take your time and take a look at those? Tell me what I just handed you.
These are all copies of photos from autopsy from the post-mortem examination.
Okay. The autopsy
Of Kinsley.
And these photographs, do they appear to be altered in any way? Are these a true and accurate depiction of some of the autopsy photos that were taken during the autopsy of Kinsley Evans?
Yes.
Do these truly and accurately depict some of the things that you noted in your report?
Yes.
Move to admit people's 12 through 29.
No objection for example.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kroom. I have no further questions.
Prosecution.
Thank you. You indicated that you made several findings specifically after doing first an external examination and an internal examination.
Correct.
And you testified today that you opined that cause of that. Well, one of the factors of cause was strangulation.
There is evidence of strangulation.
The evidence that you gleaned from the results of the internal examinations are based on the TKI in the eyes, correct?
Correct.
The hemorrhaging on, I believe you said, the right thyroid horn of the Adam's apple. Is that
correct?
And you also said the left thymus node, is that correct?
Correct.
Was there other specifics, other than those three things, that led you to believe that this was strangulation?
There was also some hemorrhaging to one of the neck muscles, the hyoid.
And this Is that omohyoid muscle?
Yeah,
Omohyoid muscle.
yes.
If you look further down on your post-mortem report, specifically on page 385. Do you have that?
I do.
The bottom of there is under the internal examination, there's a section on this is neck. Do you see that? Second to the bottom of page 385.
I don't know.
It's actually under internal examination. First one is head, then neck.
Yes, I see, I see that. There you go.
And in your report, it says examination of the soft tissue of the neck, including the cervical muscle, hyoid joint, laryngeal cartilages, trachea, and cervical vertebral column revealed no abnormalities.
So there's a line right after internal examination, the last line in that paragraph, it says, except for the above previously described injuries, the following internal systems were as follows. So besides the injuries noted above, the rest of the neck exam.
I see. Yes. On the first page of page 2 and 5 of your report.
Yes.
Where it starts off with head and neck, and then it continues on to page 3 and 5. You do not note any external injuries on the child's neck. Is that true?
That is true.
There was no bruising on the neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the only bruising that you observed would have been on her head, the back, and both of her arms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There was no signs of fingerprints or finger impressions around the child's neck. Is that true?
That's true.
And did you do an internal view of the child's mouth? What I mean to say is, was there any photos that were taken of the inside of the mouth?
There were no photos taken.
Or did you do an internal examination of the mouth?
I did.
Was there any scrapings or any samples of any substances that were found in the mouth?
No.
Did you search for any foreign substances?
Yes.
And did you recover them?
No.
Did you also do the same swabbing of the neck? See if there was any foreign matter that was left behind, for example, fibers from the mouth.
So when we dissect up the organs, we take them out in what is called the on-block method. So everything in your body, for the most part, kind of sticks together. When you take it out, it's all kind of connected by the membranes. And so we actually take out the entire neck. So we get the tongue, but we also get the trachea, esophagus, all of that in one piece. So I physically opened it up and saw no evidence of unobstructed item.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With respect to the external portion of the neck,
Oh yeah, there was nothing
was there
externally.
any swabbing and see if there was any foreign material attached? For example, like fibers from a foreign matter, like teddy.
No, that's not testing performed in our office.
And you also talked about the internal injuries with respect to human wounds to ribs.
Correct.
And you noted that were there only human fractures?
No.
There were other fractures.
Correct.
Now, this child being 9 months old, person who performed, I want you to formulate the need. If a person was to use their force to perform CPR, pulmonary,
cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
That's the word. So if someone is trying to perform CPR to revive a person, it's possible that an adult could very well fracture those ribs in the moment of trying to perform CPR if they are pressing too hard. Is that true?
It's true you can get rib fractures from CPR. However, those rib fractures tend to be anterior, so towards the front. Posterior rib fractures, as seen in this case, are fairly specific for force being applied to both the back and the front at the same time.
So it's possible that somebody could have been panicked. You know, if someone doesn't know what they're doing and they're squeezing the baby in order to perform CPR incorrectly, that could very well cause the injuries that you observed. Is that true?
I know no posterior fractures being caused by resuscitative attempts.
Okay.
So I guess it depends on how the person was attempting to resuscitate
Right.
them.
So we don't know, obviously, how the injuries actually occur. Sure.
Sure.
You can just say what you observed and what you're assuming based on what all the evidence shows. Sure. Constellation, I think is your.
Well, I'm inferring based on all of the findings that I'm saying.
I understand. And of course, that includes the police reports that we review.
That is true.
So you review the police reports, review the statements of any potential witnesses as well.
I can't remember exactly at this point what I read in the investigative report.
Was the investigator present with you while you were performing this autopsy?
I also don't remember that.
Is this your point?
We have a log of visitors, so I could go back and check that log.
Is it recorded like audio or video?
Oh, autopsy, the postmortem exam?
Yes.
No,
But you don't know specifically if someone in there, such as a detective, someone investigator, but to observe or to watch.
I don't remember at this point.
Did you consult with any detectives prior to writing this report?
If there was a detective present in the autopsy suite, then I would have discussed the case with them.
Is that a common practice?
Yes.
Is that so that in place you have some confusion about because you're not 100% sure where this particular material is coming up on your skin, you can turn to an investigator to say, I'm finding the dirt. You said body, where exactly was this person? Is that kind of question you ask?
Typically, I don't ask many questions so that the circumstances don't overly influence my findings. Usually what happens is they attend the autopsy to try to get preliminary findings. So after I conduct my exam, I will go in there and if I have anything to tell them, I will tell them.
So after you perform the exam, if they're present and they're looking for preliminary findings, you will then discuss with them what your preliminary findings are. And is that before you actually author a report? Right. And it's not just you're telling them as a reporter, here's what I saw. There's also an exchange conversation. They might say, what about? And so, to be fair, you tell me from what they're saying to you could very well influence what you report.
It has impact on potential manner of death.
Right. The causes we discussed earlier is how the person falls, manner is how you identify plastic.
Yes.
So you did not observe any physical injuries to the child's neck from the outside, external. Right? Okay. And you indicated that if the child was prone, TPI can occur if the body had been lying in that specific position so that the blood would go to those locations. True. And you said that's not possible necessarily, or that's not possible here because you saw but the blood fluids were pooling in the back of the body.
Correct.
Which means that rigor mortis had set in when the child was on the back. Is that true?
The blood pooling is actually lighter mortis.
Oh, excuse me, lighter mortis. Now, is it possible that the child was lying face down at the spike to cause the lighter mortis to set in while the child was prone face down, and then subsequently turned on their back at a later period, and liver mortis to existed in the back as well?
No.
Okay. So it's liver mortis doesn't, and so if they were lying in their face, liver mortis would be shown in their eyes. True.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. But the TPI would that have occurred if they were lying in their face and they had expired?
It doesn't always occur, but it can.
In fact, there was a study in 2020 which found that out of 20 individuals who passed, 8 of those had shown liver marks in their TPI specifically. And I think that the word you used was conjunctival TPI. And I think you said it was major. Is that the word you used? Maybe I'm just with the archaeology. But conjunctival T could occur in a person that was lying prone on the face. Liver marks, right?
It could.
It could. But you're saying that it could not occur there and also liver marks in the back. Is that what you're testing?
No. But the TPI wouldn't have been caused by liver murder in this case, because they need to be on their front for long enough for the liver to become fixed. And then you would also probably see them in other areas, such as the chest and the face.
So if this were a child, hypothetically, 9-month-old, so it's not the person, a full-grown human being that has to be supported. So a 9-month-old child with approximately a relatively young individual could be positioned in a situation where her face is head down, the rest of her body, extremities higher. In other words, they're on a decline where the head is at the lowest point and the body is up. For example, if the body is underneath the structure of a pillow or a teddy bear or another child facing forward down, would there be TPI? TPI as a result of the person?
It depends on how long and whether the liver mortis was fixed.
And then subsequently, what if that were to occur, the child is down for this the appropriate amount of time for that to actually occur, was then rotated onto the back, would we have liver mortis on the back as well as TPI?
Yes, but there would also be liver mortis on the upper part of the rest of the body from cooling while having
I get you. And these, as you testified earlier on the record, the calcification of the ribs, which indicates to you that there was rib fractures, correct?
the callus formation. Yeah.
Callus formation, I see. Callus formation. And you had noted that these were on the front of the child or on the back of the child?
Back.
Back of the child. And you said that they were in the process of healing, true?
Yes.
And I think you also testified that you think it might have been weeks, it could have been months, it could have been years. It was a direct quote, is that true?
I don't think that was a direct quote. I think I said the callus formation indicates chronicity, or that the injuries are older, which could be weeks to years. But also on my prosecute, I saw acute changes. So that means within minutes to days.
It's going to be weeks, it could be months.
Right, along with the chronicity that was seen in weeks to months, yes.
So chronicity is what, not to excuse
Oh, it just
not
means
scientists.
farther out. So
okay, so obviously this is not a determination of a specific date and time. In other words, forgive my using these terms. It's not as though these injuries you can confirm with a time stamp when the injury occurred. The best guesstimate you can give is minutes to weeks to months to years.
So with both the acute and chronic changes that I saw, it means that there was repetitive injury at various time points. But yes, I cannot say the direct date for each of those injuries.
And is there a scientific testing that could actually pinpoint it more narrow than that far of the spectrum?
Not as far as I know. A forensic anthropologist might be able to give a smaller window, but they would still give a window.
And obviously, there's nothing in your report that could indicate specifically who inflicted these injuries. Correct. And there is no test that you're aware of that you perform to extract the DNA to determine whether or not specific individual that inflicted these wounds. Is that true? That's true. And it's fair to say, obviously, DNA, it's everywhere. As I'm speaking to you, I'm exhibiting, exhuming DNA. So it wouldn't be possible.
Judge, this is outside of the scope of this witness expertise DNA.
Okay, well, I'll ask. Did you make any? Sorry. Did you perform any DNA samples or swabs or anything?
We take what's known as a blood spot. So we take a portion of blood and we save it on a card, and that preserves the DNA. So that's essentially the only test we do related to DNA.
So
and it's not even tested as a storage method.
Thank you. And that's more for identification, is that true?
It can be used for help with identification. We also can send them sometimes for additional testing. So if we suspect there might be some sort of genetic mutation that contributed to that, we can cut those off and send them for testing.
Right. And so there was, but specifically in the swabs that were performed on the external surfaces of the child to see if we can collect the DNA, etc.
That's true. That's not something we do at our office.
And there was one last thing. I noticed something that stuck out to me maybe it's on page 105 of the report, second to last point. There was mild cerebral edema and reduced frontal lobe anterior posterior conditions, which is associated with microcephaly. And there's a list of other things. So, am I correct in understanding that there did appear to be some mild edema, cerebral edema? And that's what? Bruising?
No, edema means swelling.
Swelling, thank you. So there was mild swelling, but you could not confirm as to whether or not that was as a result of microcephaly. What does that mean, microcephaly? Is that?
Microcephaly is a type of congenital defect.
Right. Nor could you rule out intrauterine growth restriction.
So that's during pregnancy. The fetus doesn't grow as expected. But actually, in this case, microcephaly, we would see other signs on examination, which I didn't see. So you can rule that out. Intrauterine growth restriction, medical record review would show whether that might be the case. I don't recall if there was a history of that.
Trisomy 21.
Trisomy 21 is the mutation that causes Down syndrome, which also has other anatomic features that we're not seeing in this case. And I believe it's usually tested for, although that would have to be confirmed with medical records in this case as well.
Epilepsy.
Epilepsy doesn't always show changes in the brain. There was no history of seizures in this child, so very unlikely to be seen in this.
Malnutrition.
Malnutrition, she was a bit underweight for her age, but she wasn't obviously emaciated or hectic. So I think the malnutrition would have contributed to that. And among others, these findings were taken from the neuropathology report. I sent them to the University of Michigan for a specialist examination. So these were the two findings that.
So there was mild cerebral edema reduced which you mentioned. That was not you reporting that. That was what the other person took from the sent labs to keep up with that.
Yes.
What was the name of that person?
Dr. Taja.
Dr. Taja.
I don't know if I can. I believe it's TAJIAN.
And Dr. Taja, is that doctor listed in the report? I'm sorry.
I don't think I listed him by name. The neuropathology report that the University of Michigan sends out is a different, separate report. Probably as part of the case plan.
Did you receive a copy of that report?
I did.
Did you present that to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office? The autopsy report?
No, since it's a separately issued report, I don't believe it was part of my report.
But it does exist in your possession.
It does exist. I don't know if it's in my possession any longer.
Why would it not be in your possession?
We file things, we shred things that we no longer have need for. And a report like that can be re-requested from the University of Michigan, so there's no reason to keep a paper copy around. I never received an electronic copy, but most medical records can be sent as PDFs these days.
So this report that from this doctor, he came up, they, I don't know which, they had came up with this conclusion. Did they, to Mr. Howard, have access to medical records from the deceased?
I'm gonna object.
If you know, if you know. Well, let me ask you this, when you sent, I'll lay a question. When you sent out these labs to the subject, did you include the medical history of the subject?
Yes, so it wasn't labs I sent, actually, the whole brain.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Forgive me. So when you sent the brain to the UHI, that include a complete list of her medical history from childhood until this day?
It included a brief summary of what I knew about the case, including my medical history.
What medical history did you have?
I can't recall from my email. Okay.
From what email? I'm not recalling what email you're referencing.
But when we make a request for a consultation, we have to fill out a form and then send a little blurb about the case so that we have some information. Also, if we are asking them to look for something specific, so like in a case where somebody has epilepsy, we'll tell them, please look for something that could be an epilepsy focus so that we can confirm cause. I believe in a case like this, I said there was evidence of trauma, both externally and internally. I just wanted to see if there was any additional trauma that you could identify.
So the email consult you referencing to the email consult to Dr. Tajan?
Tajan, yeah.
Tajan. Okay, and the medical information you had of the deceased was presented to you by the prosecutor, or I'm sorry, by the police, the investigator?
So in cases like this, I will ask our medical examiner investigator to request medical records. For those I usually ask for the natal records, so anything from around the time of birth. I also ask for wellness visits, just to see how the child is doing.
That includes CPS records as well.
It'll include CPS records if there are CPS records, and I don't always get those requested.
In this particular case, what kind of medical evidence did you have to review before you made your opinion?
The only specific medical record that I reviewed that I remember as far out is one in which the mother took the child to the doctor because there was bruising on her face and she was concerned. However, from what I remember, by that time the bruising had somewhat resolved, so no additional testing.
That was the only medical records that you recall from this almost a year ago.
Yes.
Now, do you keep a copy of those medical records in the file when you created this report?
Yeah.
Okay. I assume based on what you told us earlier, you share those documents?
Yeah.
Is there, do you make any notation in your report indicating that I reviewed specific medical records from X hospital, from X date, and this was the findings? Is that contained in this report?
Not contained in this report. No.
It's contained in a report?
No.
It's not contained in any report?
Not for this case.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
Sometimes when I review medical records, I will put those indications in a report, but in this report, I didn't make any details of, note any details from review medical records.
Why is it relevant? She didn't do it in this case.
Okay. Well, I guess I misunderstood. Are you saying that you didn't do that on this case, but in other cases you do that?
Depends on the circumstances.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought that you put it in another report.
Oh, no.
Okay, I understood. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just a few clarifying questions. During cross-examination, there was some, they've been talking about specifically the rib, healed rib fractures. There was some talk about acute injuries. What is an acute injury? What does that mean? What does it mean to be acute?
So acute means around the time of, so in this case, around the time of death.
So in this particular case, we went through a plethora of injuries. Were there any of those injuries that were not, in your opinion, acute?
So the rib fractures showed callus formation, which is a sign of chronicity.
I'm sorry, son.
Chronicity, sorry, of being more of a distant injury.
So all of the other injuries we went through, is your opinion that those are acute? All the injuries of the head, the neck, everything that we went through?
Yes.
And then there was some talk about this livor mortis.
Yes.
Can you just tell me what livor mortis actually means?
So that's something we see post-mortem. So whatever position the body is in, blood will settle in the most dependent part of the body. So closer to the ground.
When does livor mortis actually become fixed?
Livor mortis becomes fixed at about 8 to 12 hours.
And you said livor mortis starts at after death?
Correct. As soon as the blood stops circulating, it'll start to settle.
And in this particular case, there was some questions about could the TPI and be the cause of being face down, and then the livor mortis on the back, and you indicated that there would also be evidence of livor mortis in the front.
Correct.
In this particular case with Kinsley Evans, was there any evidence of livor mortis in the front of the body?
No.
That's all I have.
Just briefly, based on questions, you're shaking your head, no, I can't. Oh, thank you. You mentioned the prosecution asked you, would you have labeled all of these injuries as acute? Do you remember that question?
Except for the rib fracture calluses, yes.
And in your report, did you in fact list all of those plethora of injuries as acute?
We don't normally mention a time frame in our reports.
Okay. On this report, did you refer to all of those injuries, the plethora of injuries, as acute?
In our report?
Correct.
No.
Thank you.
You testified, doctor, that there was no bruising to the child.
No external.
No external. And is it possible that a child of this age could be strangled without leaving any bruising or notable impressions on the neck?
Yes.
You correct me in saying no external bruising, you find internal bruising?
So hemorrhage within the muscle would be considered bruising.
Thank you. Any questions based on my question?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Appreciate your time. Okay, give me a second, folks. I need to check on something. Jeremy Mahomes. Jeremy Mahomes.
Yeah. I don't need it.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Not for the defense this time.
All right, people.
Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the people do for bindover as to the charges listed in the complaint and warrant. Mr. Evans is charged with 1 count felony murder and 1 count of child abuse in the 1st degree. I'm not going to go through all of the testimony, but I do want to point out a couple of things. Clearly, based on the testimony, when looking at 1st degree felony murder, we know that there are injuries that the medical examiner very eloquently laid out for the court, better than I could. Multiple injuries causing Kinsley Evans' death. That these injuries were acute, they were all over her body. And you can see in the pictures that were admitted by the people, you can see the bruising on the underside of the scalp as well, which kind of matches up on that bruising on the back of her head. But there's really bruising all over her face, head, neck, back. And then the medical examiner said that really the main cause was these blunt force injuries that would be the cause of the injuries that we see in those photographs, as well as strangulation. And we do know that the manner of death was homicide, which means the injuries were inflicted by another party. Ultimately, in layman's terms, Kinsley Evans didn't do this to herself. Okay. We know from the testimony of Keandra Irving that Charles Evans is a biological father of Kinsley Evans. And that during the time of Kinsley Evans' death, she was in the care, custody, and control of Charles Evans. There was another person who was living at that apartment as well, which I will get to in a second. Clearly, Kinsley Evans was also under the age of 18 years old. She was 9 months old at the time of her death. How did Kinsley Evans get into the care of Charles Evans? Well, we heard from Keandra Irving. And she went through, in her testimony, some various times that she did let Mr. Evans see Kinsley, but she stopped letting Mr. Evans see Kinsley at a certain point because she said that Kinsley was coming back with marks on her. And there was a time period between about March of 2023 and then when she finally did allow Mr. Evans to see Kinsley on May 29th of 2023. Well, that time that Kinsley Evans came back into Keandra Irving's care, in approximately March of 2023, she had some marks on her head, some hair, she described some hair being missing from her head, and that actually did initiate a CPS investigation and into what caused those injuries. Ultimately, it doesn't appear that anything happened. I think she testified to it, that CPS was involved. But we didn't get into it beyond that. So fast forward, and we know the people admitted some pages of text messages. And many of these text messages, they're going back and forth. Charles Evans and Keandra are going back and forth about he wants to see Kinsley, he wants to see Kinsley. And Keandra is not allowing him to see Kinsley, and that's making him very angry. And she testified that as to the reasons that she was not allowing him to see her. And then on May 29th of 2023, Keandra Irving, being young, being what I consider to be in what was a controlling relationship with this man since 2018, when she was a mere 15, 16 years old, finally allows him to see Kinsley. But the arrangement was that Charles was supposed to care for Kinsley for a couple hours, and she was gonna go pick Kinsley back up that night, and that would allow him some time to visit. Well, once Mr. Evans had his hands on Kinsley, he had that pawn of control now over Keandra Irving, and he wasn't giving that child back. Because that's what Kinsley was to him, really. With a way to have that control over Keandra, where she's going over there, police are getting called. She's begging him in these text messages if you look through all of them. Charles, please give her back to me. I have food for her. I have milk for her. I have this for her. And this is going on from May 29th all the way to June 26th when Kinsley Evans unfortunately passed away. And Keandra, before even bringing Kinsley there, texts Mr. Evans all in caps saying, if she comes back with any marks, it's going to be a problem. So there was some concern there on her part. But in what world would you think that someone would harm a child, a baby? So then we fast forward to June 26th, okay? And let's not forget some of these text messages, Judge. I mean, they are constant threats of, I'll kill your family. I'm really fitting to step on your neck. And this is from the time of 3/27 through 5/29 when Keandra takes Kinsley over to Charles Evans' apartment, which we heard from the officers located on Schaefer Avenue in the city of Detroit. 3/27, you gonna miss and crave her just like I do, bitch. Talking about Kinsley, according to Keandra. That's who Keandra said she believed him to be talking about. I bet, and then you see when he starts getting mad, Mr. Evans, because all of his texts go to all cap letters. I bet I get your baby snatch, bitch, since you want to play. And then 4/4, April 4th, 2023, all caps. I don't give not one fuck. I'm tired of this shit. I'm done. Enjoy the time you got left with her, bitch. And Keandra testified that these text messages were again in this discourse about him wanting to see Kinsley. And she took that as meaning he was speaking about Kinsley. 4/4/2023, I ain't doing shit for her or you, bitch. Fuck that baby. I mean, and it just goes on and on. I'm gonna come to your mama house and kill you and your whole fucking family. I'm gonna unload 30 rounds in your dad's face. That he has to have a closed casket. April 30th, you think you're leaving with no consequences? LMAO. Why do you think the last bitch got shot? I'm killing your father and I'm embarrassing you for real. And again, it just goes on and on. And at one point, Keandra responds to him. This is May 18th. His text is, it's a fucking threat and a promise if you play me. On 5/19 of 2023, Keandra responds, it's just me and your kid right now, so that's real sad if you're going to kill us. And Mr. Evans says, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Bitch, I told you. And again, the court solemn, I'm not gonna reiterate every single one, but I think it's very telling as to the level of impulse control and anger that Mr. Evans has. So now we get to the big question. Do we have probable cause that Mr. Evans is the person who inflicted these injuries onto Kinsley Evans? And at the last court hearing, the people admitted 2 police interviews of Jemai Wilson. So there was evidence that Jemai Wilson was living with Charles Evans in that apartment on Schaefer Avenue in Detroit at the time of Kinsley's death. That they shared that apartment, that it was Charles Evans, Jemai Wilson, and then they had 3 children in common. A 2-year-old, don't want to get that wrong, but a 2-year-old, I believe was Braylon, a 1.5-year-old named Bailey, and a 5-month-old named Peyton. First, Keandra Irving's testimony. She was aware of these other children. And then Kinsley, obviously, we know, was over there. So we litigated a motion, and those police interviews of Miss Wilson came in. I know the court watched those.
Let me say this because this may save us some time.
Okay,
The court did have an opportunity to view the two videos, and I didn't find them to be relatively helpful from an evidentiary standpoint, except so far as the proposed witness, Ms. Jemai Wilson, indicates that she's not responsible for the child's injuries. She played no part in that role. So this court is not going to rely on any of those videos or the jail calls that were allegedly made by the defendant to his mother and or to Jemai Wilson. I'm not going to consider that at all. And in fact, I don't think I need to.
okay. May I just point out a few things that I thought were important from the interviews, and if the court still doesn't want to rely on those, that I appreciate that, Your Honor, that's your choice. But one of the big things was that Jemai Wilson was completely consistent that she did not cause these injuries to Kinsley Evans, and in fact said, I would never hurt a child. I wouldn't hurt this child or any other child. I'm a mother. What also I think is important is that when Miss Wilson went to bed that night, she checked on the children. And the children, she reported, were fine. She reported that she knew they were breathing. She specifically says they were breathing. And she says that Kinsley actually kind of woke up and kind of cried a little because she heard her, giving Bailey a kiss. And that then she calmed her down, and they were all fine when she went to bed. And I think that's an important factor as well. I won't belabor everything else that she said in there, but I think it is important that some of the things in how she described how Mr. Evans would handle this child in grabbing her and tossing her into a corner, getting frustrated with her crying, and he would pick her up and sometimes grab her arm, sometimes grab her body and kind of toss her, and getting frustrated with her.
And I understand and appreciate what you're saying, but with all due respect, I think it's probably muddying the waters more so than it needs to be, in that she's unavailable, but then there was some talk the last hearing that she would be coming back, or she may be.
Okay, Judge, and I appreciate that, and so I will go ahead and just move for bindover, and I will sit down unless the court has any further questions or inquiry of me. Thank you.
Thank you. As we've heard from the last witness, we'll go in reverse order more or less. There was no time frame as to when these fractures actually occurred. So the healing fractures, we don't know when they occurred. We know the cause of death. No blunt force trauma. The court had even asked, based on I think my question as well, that where was the injury to the neck? And the doctor said it wouldn't necessarily be injury to the neck. If you look underneath, there would be some form of bruising to the muscles underneath the skin. So that gave them the opinion that she must have been strangulated.
She also indicated that it was possible for a baby to be strangled without leaving any bruising or any remnants of it.
I think I just said that. Yeah, exactly. I didn't say, maybe I said it in a roundabout. But that doesn't say who did the strangulation. Okay. So we have where the child was in my client and another person's custody and care for a period of time. Neither of those individuals, based on the people's proofs, are admitting to this. Anyway, the text messages people had supplied start on page 143. They conclude on page 2067. Of course, that's not 1,500 pages of people supplied. It just says from 2,067 pages, if I'm not mistaken. The text messages between these two participants. Prosecution's cherry picked their favorites and put them out there as though they were in chronological order. They weren't. There was some give and take between these two parties. Once someone said something, someone responded, someone said something unkind, someone replied unkind, and exaggerates, as is human nature. Did any of those text messages supply, as ugly as they were, say anything about Mr. Evans assaulting or about to assault or threatening to assault his child? Is there ever any testimony brought out on Kenneth that Mr. Evans was assaulting their child? Ever? No. DeAndre definitely talked about incidences where he had made threats to her. He left it at that on cross-examination. But you didn't take him seriously. No. Because he would never hurt you or the kid. No. That's your testimony. So we have a child that has died tragically. Brutally. Sad. We have two people who point the finger at Charles. And that's it. That's the evidence we hold. Nothing else. Nothing more. You have to ask yourself, and I'm asking you, is that probable cause that this person and this person alone is being similar? Just no. It's basically like saying, well, it's one of the two of you, you're up. It's essentially the way the prosecuting this is. Is that justice?
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This defendant is charged with 1 count of felony murder and 1 count of child abuse. There's no question whatsoever that this beautiful little baby died a horrific death, and that as beautiful as she is, her head is covered in bruises, contusions, as has been referred to in the medical examiner's report. There's no question that she died as a result of child abuse in the first degree, and that the result of her death would be a felony murder because she was abused and she is a child, being just 9 months and 5 days old. The bigger question is, have the people provided enough evidence to identify the defendant as the culprit here? What I have here is a situation, and I think there's plenty of blame to go around. I asked the mother of the child herself if your baby kept coming back to you with marks and bruises on her, and on other occasions you had to take the police to get her from him, why would you keep taking her back? Which leads me to believe it wasn't just a matter of I want her to spend time with her dad. I think there's something more going on there that had something to do more so with the relationship of her with the defendant and the defendant and this other woman. Whether she was trying to drive a wedge in between them or remind him that, hey, you have this child too, or remind this other woman that he has a child too, whatever the case may be, it was something more than I want you to spend time with the child. I think, unfortunately, this baby who's helpless at 9 months and 5 days old had to rely on 2 people, her parents, to ensure her safety. They both failed her miserably. Mom, by taking her over there to this guy who has all these kids, these other kids by another woman who doesn't work anywhere, who sits at home and plays video games and gets pissed off when he loses in a video game and takes it out on everyone around him. Aside from my feeling that he may very well be a poor excuse for a man, let alone a father, is there evidence that this court can conclude that he is in fact the person responsible for these injuries? Well, she was only left in the care and custody of him and perhaps this other woman that was staying. He sends all these text messages, threatening text messages about, you're gonna miss this baby like I missed her. Threats to do harm to other people in her family and so forth. During this matter, in the totality of the circumstances, there's no other person who could have been around but these two people. Have the defendant who was left in the care and custody of this child. And this child ends up dead. This child has ended up hurt before while in his care and custody and given back to the mother. I think in viewing the testimony, the evidence in its totality, the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the claims form. And I'm not at all, once again, focusing on the jail phone calls, because that's getting into an area I don't really want to venture into, because I didn't allow people to present that evidence. I'm not sure if it was ever properly admitted. But also save the witness who was available or unavailable, whatever that case may be. I don't think they even need her. I think they have the right person. This court is more than satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Kenneth will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date and time will be April 18th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Then it will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the number. Lauren, they were here last time. I already went through all of them. I looking for my bag. This here. Yes, 1 second. Please. Just 1 second. Thank you. Oh, that's okay. I just want to get. Let's see. I just want to get out of everyone's way.
I have your exhibits also.
Yep, I'm gonna grab those. Thanks, Judge. It's okay for you to do.
Ms. Silver, thank you so much for your patience.
Judge, I don't know how long it should last. I'm gonna be frank and honest with you here.
How many witnesses do they have?
Your Honor, I have 5 if necessary, 3 are civilians. I do not anticipate long testimony from anyone. If I don't, you know where to find
Judge King. Yes.
No, you're not a bother. I just wanted to get out of people's way.
I was the first report. But there was only 3 witnesses, Tom. They do the last hearing, you mean? Yeah. Michael, spelling. Is boy. E-R-E as in green. Andre, K.
They don't want to give it to you.
E-O.
It's not one, this one.
B as in Dave, R as in Robert.
So it's, I don't know what judge
Irving,
is.
Irving.
I just wanted to tell you, I'm sorry, because that made me mad. That was
R as in Robert, wait, B as in Victor, I as in Angela, common spelling, right.
You still need to let me know if you need a record.
You're gonna hear that a lot.
You ready, Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. J. John. I. That's Nick Wilson.
What's going on for you over there?
I'm helping her out. I'm done that now. I was not here for the first exam, so there's a name. Thank you, Judge.
Back row.
Have a nice day.
Black sugar.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Everybody have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Calling case 2456289 to the state of Michigan versus Marcus Underwood. Defendant charged with count one homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Bell on behalf of the people, 8439.
You've got silver trigger me out for Carson.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
Your Honor, 4 or 5 if necessary. 2 preliminary matters.
All right, go ahead.
First one is I'd ask for a mutual sequestration order with the exception to my officer in charge, who sits in my right, Sergeant Alexander Duffner.
Any objection to the last you remaining?
No judge.
All right.
Your Honor, I would next move to omit People's Exhibit 1, which is the post-mortem report under MCL 76611BD. Objection, Judge. Your Honor, may I polish?
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I want you to log off at this time. It doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the courtroom. Okay.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit 1 is entitled the Postmortem Report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner. It certifies that Dr. Teresa Wynn, but that is spelled Nguyen, Assistant Medical Examiner, performed the postmortem examination of the body of Shannon Robertson. It states, in my opinion, it states in the summary and opinion portion of this document, it is my opinion that death was caused by multiple stab wounds. Postmortem examination revealed 10 sharp force injuries on the body, 1 to the chest, 6 to the back, 2 to the left arm, 1 to the right hand. The report also states the manner of death is homicide, and with that, I'm ready to call my first witness. Your Honor, at this time, people call William Frame. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over there. All right. Tell her and spell it for her, please. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with this box right next to me. Please go, have a seat, speak directly to that microphone that will be to your left. Just fill it out. Thank God. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
William Bryan.
Mr. Frame, I want to take you back to March 15th of 2024. Did something happen on that date that brings you into court?
Yes, it did.
Did this incident take place at 14320 Kircherville in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that location?
The homeless shelter. I was in there for a year.
Okay. And at that time, were you living there on March 15th?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am, on that.
Can you look around the courtroom and can you see if anyone else was staying at that location with you? You can stand up if you can't see it. Do you see an individual that was there with you? Can you point to that individual? Can you state something there where?
Green.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant.
So no,
When this incident takes place on March 15th, how many people are involved?
So, I mean, it's a shelter, so it's a lot of people, and they fight over phone chargers, they fight over.
Let me slow you down, just so we can all be on the same page. When you say
I
they,
have an objection. Who's answering the question, and I would like to hear the answer.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's a lot of people that fight over stuff, and then, you know, people on crack, you know, doing drugs, everything, so.
Okay. So on this particular day, March 15th, there was an incident, correct? How many people were involved? Not people witnessing it. How many people are involved?
2 guys.
Okay, who are those 2 individuals? You're pointing at someone. Is that the same person you want to identify?
Lost his life.
Okay, so 2 people. There's someone you just pointed at. Is that the same person that you identified earlier? Okay, so this individual and another person, you said they lost their lives?
The guy who lost his life.
Okay. Prior to March 15th of 2024, had you seen these 2 individuals in any kind of verbal altercations?
No.
Okay, how about physical altercations?
No.
Okay, did you see them speaking to each other or arguing?
No.
Okay. When you said they are always fighting, who are you talking about, like phone charges?
Like people in the shelter.
Who is fighting over phone charges?
These guys, ordinary guys, you know, people like charge their phones up, then when their phones be on 100%, they don't want to take them off. So they get into fights about the phone charge, you know. It's like probably 100 some guys, 100 guys in it, you know.
Okay. Did you ever see the defendant arguing with anyone over a phone charger?
Yes.
Who did you see him arguing?
The victim.
Okay. Was that before March 15th of 2024?
There was arguing for about a week.
Okay. About how many times did you observe them arguing? Not what they said, just how many times did you observe?
I don't know, probably at least about 6 or 7 times over the course of the week.
Okay. Now, on the day of the incident, where are you located at in that building? Where do you?
Okay, it's like a chair sitting on the stage. It's a table behind the chair.
Okay, so what room are you in? Are you in like a small room, a big room, like
It's
a gym?
it's like a where they feed you. It's like
a cafeteria room?
Yeah, it's like a cafeteria.
You said there's a stage in that room?
There's a stage and it's like a TV right up here.
TV on the stage.
Yeah.
Are you sitting on the stage?
I'm sitting like right behind that. Like you go to the stage, right here, stage is the stage. And I'm like a couple of spaces behind like table behind too.
Okay, so you're not on the stage, you're a couple tables away from the stage. What's the first thing that happens that draws your attention?
And like they fight.
When you say they, I'm gonna slow down. When you say they, who's they?
Him and the other guy.
When you say him, you're pointing to the defendant?
Yeah.
And the other guy, who's the other guy?
The other guy who died.
The other guy who
Yeah.
died? Okay. Okay, go ahead. You said they're doing what?
They fighting over, they always fighting in there, over phone
But on
chargers,
this
spaces, you know, like chairs, you know.
on this day, do you know what they were fighting on?
Yeah, phone charger, charging phones.
Okay. What if anything do you observe next?
Because I thought it was punching the guy.
When you say you thought he, who's he?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see the defendant doing what to the victim?
I thought he was punching him with the stab.
Okay, did you actually see a knife?
No, I didn't.
I did object, Judge, and ask that you not speculate about what you saw.
Well, I'm clarifying what I'm asking you. Did you actually see a knife? That's the whole reason why I'm doing it. Did you actually see a knife?
No.
Okay, when you said you believed he was just punching him, where do you see him punching him at? What part of his body?
Oh, that was facing that area.
Okay,
From right here.
when you say right here, where are you pointing at? Pointing on the right-hand side of your lower body? Okay.
No, that looked like his chest, sorry.
That's okay. Were you pointing at your chest or like your stomach area?
Stomach area.
Okay, on the right-hand side? Okay. Once you make this observation, what happens next? What do you just specifically observe next?
So after it happened, I observed him running.
When you say him, who's him? The defendant running?
Yeah, running. And he broke out the door and they was like, oh, he stabbed me. Then Scott is.
Okay, but I'm gonna stop you right there. Only say what you observed or what you said, not what other people said, okay? So there's some commotion going on, right? People are yelling, people are saying stuff. And you see the defendant go where? From in the cafeteria, where does he run out? Out the front door, okay. Now, when you spoke to the police, did you tell them that you observed an actual, any kind of physical altercation taking place? Okay, so I have a written report from the police. And in that report, you stated that you observed everything that you just testified about? Okay, is it not true that you stated you did not see any of this, that you did not see who physically assaulted?
Yeah, I was scared for my life.
Okay, so you lied to the police, correct?
Yeah, I was scared for my life.
Why were you scared for your life?
Because I don't want to die.
What would make you think you're gonna die? What did you just watch?
Somebody get murdered.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Well, that's not true, because in your statement that you made, well, let me ask you a question. When did you make this statement to the police?
Okay.
That wasn't the day that the incident occurred?
It was that night.
Okay, so it was a few short hours after the incident occurred, is that right? And were you drinking or getting high at all that day?
No, I don't get high, I don't do drugs.
Okay, and you said that you had been living at that shelter for about a year, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it's correct.
All right, and so you told us, well, let me ask you something. The man that you've picked out here in court, how long do you think he had been staying there?
You know, probably a month, couple of weeks, something
Okay.
like that. I mean, there's a lot of guys in there, you know?
Okay, so it's fair to say that you had noticed him maybe a month or a couple of weeks before this incident occurred, is that right?
Yeah.
And how about the man that you said was stabbed? How long had he been staying there?
I mean, ma'am, I don't keep up with other guys. When they come in, you know,
Sure.
I'm speaking of myself.
Sure. How long before this incident occurred had you noticed the other man, the man that you say got stabbed?
Probably know the same. I mean, there's a lot of people in there that stay to themselves and they don't.
Okay.
Probably about a week, maybe 2
Okay,
weeks.
so you noticed him maybe about a month before, and the man who got stabbed about a week before.
Yeah,
Let me finish the question, please.
She was just asking him a question.
Yes, I was asking him a question, but I was done with the question, and he started talking while I was still talking. Thank you. I don't even remember it at this point, so thank you. So, so Mr. Frame, I will not interrupt you when you're answering, and I would ask that you don't interrupt me when I'm asking you a question, okay? Okay, thank you. Sir, in the last 10 years, have you been convicted of any crimes involving theft or dishonesty? Okay. So getting back to the statement and what you observed that particular night. So after this incident occurs, is it safe to say the police come to the shelter?
Yeah, they call them.
Yeah, and so there was a lot of police officers there interviewing people who had information to give, is that right? Okay, so did you tell the police you saw what happened, or did they just come up to you? I guess, let me ask the question back. Did you approach the police, or did they approach you? Okay.
They approached, they asked, they told anybody who, the dead man in the shelter, anybody who's seen or witnessed the murder that occurred at St. John's Homeless Shelter has to make a statement in order to come back in the shelter.
Okay, so at that point, you said there was a lot of people in the room when this incident occurred, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so did you tell anybody what you had seen before the police came?
No,
Okay.
I did.
Okay, so that information was your information alone at that point, is that right?
Right.
Only you knew what you had seen, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So you went and told the police that you had some information to give them about what had occurred, is that right?
Right.
Okay. So you said that you had arrived back to the shelter at about 5 or 6 p.m. that day, is that correct?
Right.
And so you can't tell us anything that went on at the shelter before you got back there. Is that correct? Okay. So when you said in your statement to the police that you were downstairs when the stabbing happened, and is that the room that you described for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that room is downstairs, according to your testimony, is that right? And you said that you were back in a corner, is that correct?
See, I tell you.
All right, so now you said today when the prosecutor was asking you some questions that you didn't want to give the police truthful information because you were afraid, right? Okay, so let's talk about what you did tell them. So you told the police, they asked you first what you had seen occur, is that correct? And you said that you heard people saying he was getting stabbed. Then I saw him laying on the ground bleeding. Was that what you told the police?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true or not true?
Yeah, most part of it is true, but the whole thing about it, I was scared for my life.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I mean, stuff happened. I don't just stand in shot, so I know, you know.
Okay, but what you told the police initially is that you heard people saying he was getting stabbed and I seen him laying on the ground bleeding, right? And then the police asked you where you had seen him bleeding from. Do you remember that question? And you said around his head and neck, right?
Right.
And so today you've added in his stomach too, is that correct?
There was a lot of blood, so you know.
Okay, well, did you
I
actually?
didn't go up to the body and touch it or nothing, observe where he got stabbed. All I seen was my vision.
Okay, so when you told the police that you saw him bleeding around his neck and head, when did you decide that you saw him being stabbed in the stomach, or where he was bleeding from? When did you decide he was bleeding from the stomach as well?
That's a couple of security guards told me that put pressure, they need to put pressure on his stomach area because that's what he was stabbed at.
Okay, so the security guard told you to do that?
Oh, they did it. It was
Okay.
a lot of guys trying to save his life.
Okay, so you didn't see him bleeding from the stomach. That's something that you heard from the security guard. Is that what you're saying? Thank you. So, the next question that the police had asked you about was whether you had seen who stabbed him. And your answer was no, I don't know the guy. They were both new guys. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes,
Okay. But then the police asked you for a description of the man that had done the stabbing. Is that correct? And you gave a description, didn't you? So you told the police that you had seen it, and you were able to give a description of the man that you saw do it. Is that correct? So that part's truthful according to you, right? All right. And then so then you also told the police that you also told the police that you heard them, and that would be the person who was stabbed and the man in the courtroom, arguing earlier that day and for a couple of days. Is that correct? But you didn't tell the police anything about what the argument was about. Is that right?
Speak into the microphone.
Yes.
You didn't tell the police that it was an argument over a phone call. Is that correct?
Because it's arguments over different stuff every day.
Sir, the question I asked you.
No.
You didn't.
No.
In fact, what you told the police when they asked you about the arguments is you said unknown what the argument was about. Isn't that correct, sir?
Correct.
Thank you. But today you're telling us that the argument that you heard specifically at the moment the person was being stabbed was an argument over a phone charger. Is that your testimony, sir?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell the police that?
So, no, I didn't even really want to go through with this. I did it because a guy lost his life.
Okay, let's
So-
try answering the question I asked you, which is how come you
Okay,
didn't?
I'm scared for my life. That was the question.
So you're scared for your life, so
Yes.
let me finish. So that's the reason why you didn't tell the police what the argument was about. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
But you described the guy who did it.
Yeah, you
Okay, nothing further.
Mr. Drain, you stated there's this argument about the cell phone. The day of the incident before it takes place, do you actually hear these two individuals arguing about a cell phone in that specific time?
No, not a cell phone, but just arguments all day long about money,
Right, but-
drugs, and all.
Okay, so there's cell phones, money, drugs, there's arguments going on, but specifically on March 15th, you didn't hear them.
Objection leading.
On March 15th, did you hear them arguing specifically about anything before the stabbing takes place? Nothing further.
But you heard arguments. Is that your testimony? You just don't know what it was about?
The argument on that, we stand and show you.
Okay, we know that arguments take place among a lot of people in this place, people doing drugs and doing a lot of stuff they shouldn't be doing. Forget about that. I only want to know about the defendant and the man that was stabbed. Did you hear them argue? Right before? Yes.
But you don't know what it was about. Is that your testimony? Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, you may start. Next witness, please.
Your Honor, this time people call Mr. McLittle, he's in the back, his first name is AJALON.
I thought we released.
Me too, but I came here today and they say they're still in custody.
Are these necessary?
Maybe I'll confirm at the end.
Okay. Sir, please give the young lady there your name and the spelling of it.
Adjourn Wallace, A-J-A-L-O-U.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone and be to your left once you have to speak. Speaking to that microphone, please. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Adjourn Wallace McLittle.
Thank you. I want to take you back to the date of March 15th, 2024. Did something happen on that date that brings you to court today?
Yes.
And were you at or near 14320 Churchville in Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, and what's at that location?
I was sitting next to it.
Let me ask this, let me clarify my question. Do you live there?
Yes,
Okay, is it a house, is it a shelter, is it a church?
shelter.
Okay, and can you, if you need to stand, you can, do you see anyone else in this courtroom that also was living there on March 15th of 2024? You can stand up.
No.
On that day, when this incident takes place, where are you located at? Where are you in this room? What kind of room are you sitting in?
Well, it's a large basement and under a church. And right at the front of the basement, there is a TV. And I was sitting watching the University of Connecticut game because I have a sister that is in charge of the health department at that university.
Okay, who is sitting by you?
The deceased?
Okay, you know the deceased name?
No.
Okay. Where was he sitting at in comparison to you? Is he sitting next to you? Across from you?
To my left.
He's sitting to your left?
Yes.
Are you guys having a conversation?
Yes.
Okay. What's the first thing that you remember taking place that caught your attention?
A gentleman sitting down next to him, too close.
Okay. So do you actually see this gentleman walk over to
Yes.
the deceased? Okay. And he sits down, how close?
Too close.
What's too close? Touching?
Almost.
Almost. The individual that sits down, does he say anything?
No.
Okay. After that, what if anything happens?
He brought his right hand up and hit the deceased 3 times.
Okay. When he does this, he, being the gentleman that sits down next to him, too close. Is he sitting when he strikes him, or is he standing up?
He's sitting.
He's sitting. Okay. After these 3 strikes, what happens?
I stand up and I start going toward the back of the basement, and I look over and where I was sitting, and he was bending over.
When you say he's bending over, is it the deceased?
No, the
Okay.
deceased was on the ground.
Okay, he's bending over. What do you see from there?
That's all I saw.
Okay. Is this individual that's sitting too close, do you see them leave this location?
Yes, I saw him.
Okay, how did he leave? Was he walking, running?
No, he wasn't. He was walking fast.
Okay, where did he exit?
The only exit that the stairs take you to outside.
Okay. Do you see any other people at this time engaging in this physical altercation, or is it just these 2 individuals?
Just these 2.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Yes, 1 second.
Mr. McLittle, he told us that, the person that came and sat down next to, well, let me ask this question. You're sitting on couches or benches or?
In chairs, man.
Okay, so every person had their own individual chair?
Yes.
Okay. So are you saying that first, you were talking to a man about the UConn game,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And somebody came and sat on the other side of that man, right?
Exactly.
And you said that it was too close.
Yes.
Okay, did he move his chair over closer to him, or were the chairs already there?
Already there.
Okay, so the chairs were already that close.
Yes.
Okay, so he came and sat down in the chair where it was already situated, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you heard no conversation between either of those 2 people at?
There was none there.
Okay. Were there a lot of people in the room?
In the back of us is a shelter for men.
I understand that.
They were in the back of us.
Okay, so in the room, in the basement room under the church where the TV was and the UConn game was on, were there a lot of people, men, in the room at that time watching the game?
I wouldn't say a lot, no.
How many do you think there were?
Oh, in the area of maybe 30.
Okay, so 30 men watching this game. Were they quiet as they were watching the game or hanging out?
Well, not quite, but pretty good for a game.
Okay, but not quiet.
Not quite.
Okay. So when the man sat down, did you detect any kind of like anger or hostility between the 2?
Not in the beginning.
Okay, so, well, when he started punching him, obviously there's hostility, right?
Yes, I was concerned because his name is Marcus, and I have a brother named Marcus.
Okay, whose name is Marcus?
Marcus Underwood
Okay.
is still on.
Okay, how did you learn that?
I learned that across the the aisle from my bed.
Okay, so did somebody tell you that Marcus Underwood was the assailant?
No, security guard called his name out. He didn't say the last name. He said Marcus.
Okay. Did you know Marcus Underwood?
No,
Okay, so you didn't have a face to put to that name.
no,
You only know that information because somebody said his name.
yes,
Okay, thank you. So, you told us that you saw the punches and then you got up and went to the back of the room, I would imagine, to get out of the way, is that right?
actually, I went back slowly. I didn't just go back.
Okay.
I was watching the area where I just left.
Okay, so were you backing up, watching, or did you turn to
I
go
turned.
Okay, and then did you keep turning around to see what was going on?
No,
Okay, so, but you were walking away from them?
yes,
Okay, so how could you see what was going on if you were walking away from them and you never turned back to look?
because I was concerned about the person that I was talking to. So I was hoping that the man that hit him 3 times was picking him up.
Okay, so you did turn back to
So
look?
I did look.
Okay, I got you. So you said that the man that had been hit 3 times that was sitting next to you was on the ground at that point?
At that point, yes.
And when you say that he was on the ground, was he laying on his stomach or his back, if you know?
I couldn't tell from that vantage point.
Okay, you just could see, was that because there were other chairs and people in the way?
Yes, the chairs that we were sitting in.
Okay, so you know that he was on the ground, but you don't know what position he was in?
No.
When you saw the other person bending over, what do you mean by that?
Well, prior to him bending over, he had hit the man 3 times.
Right, and the man?
So the man was on the floor. So I looked back and I was assuming that he was bending over to pick him up, sit him back up.
And that's all you saw?
That's all I saw.
Okay, so I know that you spoke to the police the night that this happened, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
And did you speak to the police any times after that?
Not that I recall, no.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod.
No,
Your Honor.
Sir, how long have you lived in this shelter?
At that particular time, it was,
A month? Okay.
I've been there before.
So the person that you said sat next to the guy you were talking to and started hitting him, have you ever seen that person before?
Never.
Never seen that person before? Never saw him in that shelter?
Yes, I saw him in the shelter, the baby moved into the bed, moving in the bed.
Okay, so I'm confused, because I asked you if you ever seen that person before, you said never. So.
Oh, I saw him in the shelter.
You saw this person before?
Yes.
And at the time that you saw the person, you didn't know his name?
No.
You had a good look at that person, right?
Yes.
Any questions based on my question?
Did you share a room with this individual?
Yes.
Was his name on his bed?
No, no one's name is on the bed.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just for the record, can I confirm that Mr. McMillan has a personal bond in this case because he hasn't been released?
You know if you're being held on some other case, sir?
No, I don't think so.
I'm not sure why he's still in custody. He has a personal bond.
and that was 5,000 person. Did you commit something in case you want to go?
Right.
Did you commit something according to email report at all?
No. Just let me know what I can just submit.
Okay. Give me 1 second. It's sample action.
Sir, please give your name and spelling to the young lady that's sitting there waiting here. Okay.
What's your name, please?
Yeah. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? So help me God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Voice and my smile, speak to the microphone, and to your left on the screens. Maybe give me a break.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Scott Patrick Kovacs.
Mr. Kovacs, I want to take you back to March 15th of 2024. Were you at or near 14320 Kirksville in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's at that location? Why are we there?
That I'm a security officer there. That is a men's homeless shelter.
Okay. Did you, in fact, work on that day of March 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you stand up if you need to, look around the courtroom and let me know if you see an individual that also stays at that location?
He's sitting over there, ma'am.
Can you state something he's wearing?
He's wearing the, gear.
Okay, what color is it?
Green.
Okay, Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
So,
Okay, so is there an incident that takes place that brings you in court today that took place on March 15th of 2024?
To bring that full honest testimony on what happened.
Okay. But something happened on March 15th,
Yes.
correct? Okay. What first happens on that day that draws your attention?
I was sitting upstairs with one of the residents at the shelter. I heard something like a commotion going on
When you say you heard a commotion going on, where's the commotion going on?
down in the day room, ma'am.
When you say day room, is there a TV in there?
Yes, there
Is there
is.
a stage in there?
There is a stage.
Do people eat in there?
Yes.
Okay, from there, what do you do when you hear this commotion?
I hustled it downstairs. About halfway down, I noticed. Still giving me nightmares when I saw.
Okay. Take your time and describe it. What do you see?
I see a flash of the biggest blade I've ever seen of a knife come down on the deceased.
What's when you say the deceased, do you know the deceased name?
Yes, he was my best friend.
What's his name?
Shannon?
What's his last name?
No, pardon me.
That's okay, take your time.
It was Shannon
Okay.
Robertson. Very good man. What really upset me, that man just had his hand.
Objection, Judge, there was no questions.
So let me ask you a question and then,
Yes,
okay. So when you see Mr. Robinson, where is he located?
he's sitting by the old telephones that are out of service at the time.
Okay. Do you see who else is standing by him at this time?
the defendant was bringing as I was coming down the stairs, I did see the last two blows coming down on him. That's stabbing blows.
Okay, so when you're saying blows, you're saying stab.
Yes.
Do you see where on Mr.
No, I do
Harris?
not. I just see the last two blows coming down.
Okay. How did you know it was a knife?
I see the flash of steel.
Okay, how many inches was the knife?
I'm not sure because I did not get a good look at it, so I cannot be totally sure.
Okay, fair enough. What if anything do you observe after this?
The defendant literally bled out in correction, the deceased bled out.
Okay, who bled out?
Shannon bled out, literally died right there. I was trying to aid him medically.
How were you trying to aid him medically?
I was trying to put towels into the wounds and nothing was stopping the flow of blood.
Where were the wounds at that you were trying to stop?
They were coming from every which way, so I really couldn't be honest with you.
So let's start with anywhere on his head.
No, there was some right on his chest that I was trying to maintain pressure on, but nothing was working.
Okay, what about his stomach area?
Nothing that I could physically see.
Okay. Did you see, where's the defendant at this time?
He already exited the building.
Did you see him exit the building?
Yes, I did.
What door did he go out?
The main entrance is the only way in and out of that building.
Okay. Now, did the police eventually arrive?
Yes.
Now, on March 16th of 2024, did you participate in a live lineup?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you identify someone in that
Yes,
lineup?
I did.
Okay. Did the police tell you you have to pick someone from that lineup? You're shaking your head, so you gotta say it.
No.
Okay. So were you forced at all to pick someone from this lineup?
No, I was not forced.
Did you in fact pick someone? from
Yes,
this
I
lineup?
did.
Do you see that individual? in
Yes,
court?
I do. He sat right in the courtroom.
Okay. What's he wearing?
The green jumpsuit from
Okay.
jail.
Is this the same individual you just identified?
Yes, I did.
Do you know this individual's name?
Marcus Underwood.
How do you know this?
I was security. I did Mr. Underwood's intake when he came into the shelter.
Okay. So before this incident takes place, you knew who the defendant
Yes, he was. He was actually quite, I thought he was an outstanding gentleman. He always spoke to me, was very kind to me, very appropriate when he spoke to me.
Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
How long have you been there? How long have you been there?
How long have I worked there?
No, how long had he, Mr.
2
Underwood?
months.
Mr. Underwood had been there for 2
Yes.
months? Okay, and, so did you live there also?
No, I live right around the corner.
Okay, so how long had you worked there?
I've worked there for the past 3 months.
Right. And Mr. Kovach, have you ever in the past 10 years been convicted of any crimes involving theft or dishonesty?
No,
So you, how many security guards worked there?
that was just me that very night.
Okay, so just you were alone that night?
Yes, I was.
Okay, is that the normal way things go?
Yes,
Okay.
which I still think there should be.
Okay, Mr. Kovach, you need to, first of all, not interrupt me, and second of all, just answer the questions I asked you, please.
Your Honor, I would ask that if she's gonna address the witness, the court address the witness,
Sorry.
or tell him how he's supposed to be testifying.
Judge, could the court instruct the witness to let you finish the question and to answer the questions that are asked?
I think he was overall doing a pretty good job. Wait on the question and then try as best you can to answer that question.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, you told us that Mr. Underwood went out the front door, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so there's only one door in and out, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that, for what reason is there only one door in and out?
I could not be honest with you.
And is that door down in the day room?
It leads to the room down the steps.
Okay, so in other words, to leave the building, you would go out of the day room and up a set of stairs?
Yes.
And at the top of those stairs is the door, let me finish. Is the door to get in and out, is that right?
Yes.
And you can't go any other direction, you just have to go out. So if you have to, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So everybody who comes in has to come in down those stairs through the day room.
before they can access any other part of the building?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, so explain that to me.
You can go to the parade, which leads to the restroom, and where we then sleep, and the microphone. Oh, my, excuse me.
Okay.
But, you can go to the right to use the restroom and go into the dorms where the men do sleep.
Okay, so you can go other places?
Yes.
Okay, I see. So, so did you see Mr. Underwood exit that door?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you were in the day room down the stairs and you were trying to provide help, but you saw him exit the front door.
Yes.
Okay, so now you told us that it was the biggest knife, the biggest blade you had ever seen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can you, without maybe telling us inches or something, can you show us with your hands how, let me
It
finish.
was way bigger than I could.
Let me finish the question. Can you show us with your hands how big the blade was?
No.
Okay, so was it like a kitchen knife?
It looked like a Michael Myers special butcher knife.
Okay, like a Michael Myers. Is that?
Special butcher knife.
Okay, so very large.
Yes.
And so, okay, you told us that you went to do a lineup, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you go somewhere to do that, or did the police come to you?
I went with the police to the Detroit Detention Center.
All right, and at the Detroit Detention Center, you saw a live lineup, is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, you saw people standing in a row, is that
Yes.
correct? Were they standing up?
They were sitting down.
Okay. And you picked somebody out of that live lineup, is that correct?
Yes.
And you gave a statement to the police that you signed at that time as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what you said at that time is, that's him right there, the third one. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
And you said, they asked you, how do you know him? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And your answer was, he's a client at the shelter. I saw him last night after the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you didn't put in here that you saw him do anything wrong. Is that right?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So can you explain that for me, sir? Why did you not tell the police what you saw at the time?
Well, I did on my witness statement.
You did on your witness statement?
Yes, I did.
So you made a following statement.
When they interviewed everybody at the shelter, I did do that. Yes, I
Oh.
did do that.
All right, any questions based on my question?
Briefly, Your Honor. We're talking about putting in writing. Did you put in writing what you did? When you first identified this individual, did you say what he did?
No, I did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Silver?
Yes, the statement, the other statement that you made was the night before. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you made the statement the night before, you gave some information, but you never gave a name. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may start.
Your Honor, I would just place on the record the same thing. This individual should have personal bond, and I just want to make sure that the court can make sure.
Okay.
That's packed.
Yeah, the last week.
Yeah, can I ask another question? I'm sorry, okay, I know you're anxious to get out of here. Can you just if I
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Mr. Kovac, you said that the deceased was your best friend, is that
Yes.
right? How long had you known him?
About 2 months, ma'am.
Had he been living at the house for about 2 months?
Yes.
Or the shelter? I'm
Yes.
sorry. So you'd only known him for about 2 months? Yes?
Yes.
But you had a very close relationship with him,
Yes.
it sounds like. Yes?
Yes.
And had you ever seen him argue or get into any kind of disagreement with Mr. Underwood?
No, I had not.
But you're not there all the time, right? You want
I'm
to
only there between 10:30 p.m. correction, 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
Okay. So you, in the time that you were there, you never saw him?
Never.
Okay, thank you. And you weren't downstairs at the time it began, so you didn't hear or see anything at that point, is that right?
Say again?
You weren't downstairs when the commotion started?
No.
Oh, so you don't know what precipitated?
No, I did not.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're all set.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, people call Detective Mohammed Derrick.
Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry.
Can you please restate your name again for the record?
Detective Mohammed Derrick,
And where are you currently employed?
Detroit Police, Homicide,
For how long have you been employed with Detroit?
since 2016.
Did you become involved in the investigation of the homicide for Shannon Robertson?
I did.
What was your role?
But the gunfire asked me to assist with a lineup.
Okay. Did you have the lineup?
I did.
Your may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you people's proposed exhibit 2. Do these 2 documents look familiar?
Yes, the first one does.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, yes, both of them do.
Both of them do? Okay. What are those documents?
It's an eyewitness identification form that's, I believe, published by the Detroit Police Department that has the instructions that we made to the individuals that are here.
Do those 2 documents fairly accurately depict the documents you used in the live lineup?
Yes.
Are people who moved to it was exhibit 2? No, Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Did this individual, what was the individual's name that was, that you brought in to identify something?
Patrick Kovich,
Okay, and is that his full name?
Scott Patrick Kovich, I'm sorry.
Did he in fact identify someone?
He did.
Okay, when he identifies this individual, does he say anything?
He does.
What does he say?
May I read what I wrote on there?
Would you have a fresh recollection?
Yes.
You can look at it and then once it's fresh recollection.
You can read right from it, Judge, and this is just cumulative. We just heard from the person
Yes,
himself.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, this witness just testified, the prior witness, and said, I didn't say anything when I identified him, and in writing, he didn't say he did anything wrong. But the truth is, he did say something about when he's identifying. That's it, this is the last question, I'm done with this witness. But she's asking questions regarding that, so of course I'm gonna come back for another witness. Did this individual state anything when he did identification?
Yes.
What did he say?
You say that that's him, the third one. Let's see.
Okay, was he certain about this?
Yes.
What makes you think that he's certain about this?
When he made the selection, Sergeant Gunther asked him, I heard.
Objection, hearsay.
Without telling you what Sergeant Gunther said, what did this individual say?
Individual stated.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I would, for which statement, for what?
For what the individual's done.
And your
It's
Honor,
not a statement of identification.
those identification are 801.
Well, we can hear what it says.
Thank you. What is this individual statement?
He says that's him, that's the third one. I asked him, how do you know that it's him? He said he's at the shelter.
Did he say anything else about what took place on March 15th, 2024?
I believe he made reference on the Saturday.
How come you didn't write that down? How come did you ask him any of those questions?
I did.
Okay, where does it say that on there?
It's on the body cam.
Okay, on the form that the individual signed, what does it say?
May I read?
Yes.
I wrote down, that's him right there, the third one. How do you know him? Question mark. Answer.
He's a client at the shelter. I saw him last night after the incident.
Okay, and then you gave it to him to sign, is that correct?
Correct.
And he signed that, is that right?
Yes.
So now, that's all the information you put down, correct?
That's all the line that I had to use to write down.
Really, there seems to be more space after that to put down any more pertinent information the individual might have given, isn't there?
There could have been.
I don't have any other questions.
You need me to-
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One more witness.
Who represents
No, I think it was, oh, yeah,
One more.
Give me an offer. This witness.
This is the witness that, the officer that places the defendant under arrest once he flees that location and what his observations he has made on it. If there's enough, then I will call him.
There it is.
Okay, fair enough. People know.
So you have it with
And today, Judge, thank you.
people.
Your Honor, people will just request a, I go right on the charges and reserve argument.
I don't see that as a murder one, Judge.
How is your argument?
Your house and
So, what I'll say back to that is.
the silver, I know the state laws. I'm sorry, I didn't hear, usually I speak so loud. You do. I didn't hear the very last thing you said. I said, I'll reserve argument. And I think, I don't know.
I mean, okay. So the court knows, everyone knows that premeditation can take place in an instant. We don't have just an instant in this case. We have Mr. Frame who testifies and states that on 6 or 7 other occasions, he observes these individuals being the deceased and the defendant engaging in verbal altercations, whether it be over a cell phone charger, so be it. But there's some beef going on between these individuals. And then we have the defendant on the day of the offense, armed with a knife, walk over to the deceased with a knife, armed, sit down next to the deceased, armed with a knife, then start physically assaulting the deceased, still armed with that knife. And then something happens there, they stand up at some point, the defendant's over the deceased, still armed with that knife, but now we know the knife is out. Because we hear from Scott Kovach, who observes this, that there's 2 blows that he can see from this knife. Then after that, he flees and leaves that location. That's enough time to appreciate what he's doing. And this didn't just happen out of nowhere. There's no altercation taking place. They're not physically fighting. They're not verbally fighting. He makes these decisions every step of the way, armed with that knife. That's the premeditation. And that premeditation, my argument, that's a question of fact that then needs to go to the jury. And that's it.
Except that the testimony from Mr. Frame was that not only had he seen them have verbal altercations and that there was some beef going on between the 2 of them over whatever, he said immediately preceding the punching and stabbing, there was an argument between the 2 of them. He couldn't hear what it was about specifically. First, he said it was about the phone charger. Then he said he really didn't know what it was about. But at the exact time when the altercation or commotion or whatever, or the incident began, there was an argument taking place between Mr. Underwood and the deceased. That was the testimony. That's at that point, during the course of this argument, that Mr. Frame couldn't tell us what exactly it was about, that the stabbing begins to take place. So for those reasons, Judge, and you know, I think sometimes some of the more heinous crimes really are murder too, because the anger and the upsettedness becomes involved and people just stab. And I think that's what happened here. There was some kind of ongoing beef culminating in some argument that takes place between them that night, and a stabbing occurs, and unfortunately, Mr. Roberson is deceased. So I certainly think that there's enough for a murder too, but I don't see a murder.
Just briefly, Your Honor, that argument might stand, but we have Mr. McLittle who testifies, who states that he's literally sitting right next to the deceased when he observes the defendant come over, not say anything, and then just start physically assaulting him. Now we have Mr. Frame, who's back in the room or whatever. He says, oh, there's an argument.
He doesn't know what it's about. He's kind of a little confused about the cell phone and that. We have Mr. McLittle to let us know there's no argument taking place. He sits down without saying anything and starts physically assaulting him.
So, Mr. Frame did testify that he went out of his way to tell us about what people in this shelter do all the time. They're always arguing. We had a little bit of difficulty in getting him to zero in as to what happened between the defendant and the alleged victim. And I'm not quite sure if we ever really got there. He seems to say that there was some kind of argument. Then he says he vacillated as to whether or not he heard what the argument was about versus he just heard them argue. He said they argue over cell phone chargers all the time, that type of thing. But it's having a lot of difficulty in zeroing in on this particular incident. I think the most telling testimony came from Mr. McLittle, who says that he was actually sitting next to the alleged victim, Mr. Robertson, at the time that he was initially assaulted by the defendant. And he says that there was no argument. And he was pretty adamant about there was nothing said at the time that the defendant allegedly sat next to him and said nothing. He didn't walk up to him with a knife. There wasn't an argument right before a knife was pulled or anything like that. The only testimony I heard from Mr. McLittle was that the defendant sat next to him and sat too close to him and then just started hitting. He got up and moved the heck up out of it. And then we hear from Mr. Kovach, who tells us that it was the defendant that was armed with a knife and that he saw the last two blows from the knife. That in and of itself, if I was just to rely on the testimony of Mr. Frame, then I think we would have a good argument for just a second-degree murder. But the testimony from Mr. McLittle, who was right there up close and personal, sitting right next to the complaining witness at the time he was initially assaulted, and right before he was assaulted, tells us that there was no argument, there was no fight. He just starts hitting him. And then we learned that he was not only hitting him, but he was stabbing him, Mr. Kovach. So I think there's enough for probable cause purposes. At the end of the day, it may shake out to where second-degree murder is a better fit, but that's not what the court's function is at this juncture. I'm to determine people that their burden of probable cause by presenting evidence on each and every element of the crime is charged here that day, first-degree murder premeditated. I find that they have. What we find in the County Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information shared time will be April 18th, 2024 at 9:05 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Brush.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ms. Brush, what the heck are you doing?
Your Honor, I had 3 preliminary exams.
You left me to go to another courtroom?
It
was so much more important.
It was no, it was. I promise it wasn't more important. It was. My case is being called presently. I had 2 preliminary examinations in front of Judge McConnell at Westland, and they ended up taking quite longer than expected. So I do apologize.
This gentleman, Mr. Usery, Wayne County Jail.
Yes, Your Honor, we're here.
All right. I thought you would at least come back, Ms. Brush. We're ready on Usery.
Oh, no, I'll make the ready for the next call.
Calling case number 2456553. The people of the state of Michigan versus Kenyale Eugene Usery.
The defendant is charged with count 1, child abuse, 2nd degree, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, count 3, weapons, felony firearm. Today's the day and time set the proper clause.
Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighbor Defender Service by Summers Brush, P number 85828, appearing on behalf of Kenneth Usery, who is present via Zoom today. Mr. Usery, please state your name for the record.
Danielle Eugene Usery.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I would ask to set this for an in-person preliminary examination.
The court will continue to plea of not guilty and will set this matter for preliminary examination. How it's April 17th at 10:45.
Your Honor, Mr. Usery actually has a PCC out of Harper Woods on that date. So I don't want there to be a delay or a conflict in, if things take a while over there, so we could do a different day.
April 19th at 10:30.
I'm apologize, Your Honor. I am unavailable. I can do the 15th, 16th, or 18th.
That's not enough time. The 18th is my homicide.
I can go into the next week as well then.
That's a dog. Is that you, Ms.
I do, Judge. I'm sorry. That's my pit bull. Sorry.
Does it sound too happy?
Somebody, the mail guy's coming by.
Scared me.
I'm sorry. Judge, I do start a jury trial in front of Judge Walker on the 22nd. That should take 3 days. So if it does go into the following week, I won't be available Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay, I think that I was just re-looking at the times on the 17th. I think that preliminary examining or the PCC in Harper Woods is scheduled for 1:30. So if we can do it in the morning, it should be okay.
Like I said, 10:45.
Yes, that works, Your Honor. I have a prelim at 10:30 in front of Judge Jefferson. Could we do it at 11?
I have something scheduled.
Okay. 11:15 works. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, 11:15 on April 17th. While we continue.
Thank you.
And then, Your Honor, if I could address Mr. Usery's bond. He is awaiting a tether right now. Right. I am requesting, and I believe I was not appointed counsel at the arraignment, but after talking to Mr. Usery, I believe that he may have brought this up with the court already, but we are requesting that he be able to return to the address where this incident allegedly took place. His kids have not been there for a month now, and there is no expectation, or they are definitely not returning. Mr. Usery lives with his mother. She's had 2 heart surgeries. She has trouble breathing. He is her caretaker, and he is desperately hoping when he's released to be able to go home so he can care for her. He knows that he cannot have contact with his children at this time. And so if they were to return to the house, which after talking to him, it's very clear that they aren't going to at this point. But if they did, he knows that he can't talk to them and that he would have to leave immediately. So there's a little bit of confusion there. They are in Mount Clemens right now. I believe they are with their mother's mother, so their grandmother on their maternal side. The mother of the children does not have legal custody of the children.
Mom is being taken care of, right?
Sorry, Your Honor?
I said mom is being taken care of, right?
Mom is being taken care of? He takes care of his mom.
I'm asking who's taking care of her now?
I do not know who's taking care of his mother, but I do know that she is awaiting his arrival at his house. She wants him there. She needs him there. I don't know if there's anyone else at the house right now.
Ms. Moses?
Judge, if I could just have a moment to confer with the complainant to see where he is at. My concern is that this incident happened within the house. I have video of it happening within the house, and if that child is still there, I don't want Mr. Usery back there. So if Your Honor's inclined to change the bond now, if I may have a moment to make some phone calls to confirm what Ms. Brush has said. Otherwise, Your Honor, I can have this issue cleared up by the 17th before exam.
And you said he's awaiting a tether. So when he gets the tether, where is he going?
So right now, I believe he listed to the tether office his cousin's house. But once again, if possible, he'd prefer to stay at his house.
We'll revisit the issue on the day of the exam.
On the day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You can give me a call, Mr. Usery. Okay.
Right. Thank you. 10 minutes. Okay. All right.
Hopefully, you're not gonna take up that much.
How many witnesses? Just.
About the 17th. Something about the 17th. So I don't.
No. Well, the way it's written,
Excuse me, court.
Yes,
I'm Mr. Usery,
yeah, we're done.
and this next court date is the 17th, right?
All right, at 11:15.
Okay, thank you.
You are.
Oh, yeah, well. All right. Got some family members out there in this case. Oh.
They come 2 minutes late.
I got to tell you.
2 minutes late.
Whoops.
I'm sorry, tonight.
Okay.
I've never heard before. I got a legend there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We just look it up. Oh,
What's your name, sir? Otis. Oh, I have heard your name before. Well, I'm not.
Probably heard it in vain.
Well, I haven't been to that. But anyway, I know you.
I was gonna say that.
Okay. I've been knowing for a long time.
Yeah. Lost juice to that. Here. Right. So Ocean Boulevard. I got one. I might want to take the photo there. Oh, I done that. Oh, okay. Other than people dying, I listen to that. Nobody's allowed me in.
Not shoes.
Oh, my iPad on it. It's incredible. You're gonna have to wait a little bit, we just about to start up on this, okay?
Okay.
You might see how you're spinning it.
Horses this morning. Is that okay?
I don't know why we just don't realize the work that's on. See that O.J. Simpson?
I hear your point.
Okay. What I'm saying there.
What can he say? He said,
Chuck, you.
yeah, yeah. No, man. Is it warm in here? It is. Yeah.
Let's on net. I'll put on net. Still Sean. She's copying. I don't think there's.
Thank you.
Ready for Jerry Mahone?
I think it's getting
You ready now? Okay.
And that's the attorney.
Calling case 2456353, people of the state of Michigan versus Jerry Lynn Mahomes. Defendant is charged with count one homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count two felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Attorney appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
WO's co-member for Mr. Mahomes, 23520, please excuse me. Okay, the gentleman.
Court reporter is going to strain to hear you from over there.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Let me know if you can hear.
Thank you, sir.
I'll crank it up.
Thank you.
There's date time set for your examination. Ready to proceed.
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses?
So Judge, we have to call two witnesses.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Yes, Judge, two things. First, we're going to stipulate the identification of the victim in this case. Right.
So stipulate.
And then secondly, I'd like to present to the court People's Exhibit number 1, which is the medical examiner's report authored by Dr. Teresa Nguyen, NGUYEN, of the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office under case number ME 2403747. As the medical examiner's report is under statute in
In the victim case,
the victim in the case then is Sean Derek Gaten.
court receives that stipulation. And the medical examiner's report is also stipulated to that.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Court receives that stipulation as well.
I just want to put it on the record. This drawing has been very helpful, but there's been real glitches in terms of me acquiring all of the discovery in this matter. But then she's giving me the statements of witnesses that she's going to call today. So I thought we'd go forward with it rather than the latest.
Discovery is ongoing.
Yes.
Judge, if I could just read from the medical examiner's report from Dr. Nguyen. It is my opinion that the death was caused by a gunshot wound to the abdomen. Her investigation is he was a 52-year-old male who reportedly was found shot and conveyed to the hospital. Despite life-saving measures, he was pronounced at 19:45 hours on March 19th, 2024. Postmortem examination revealed a contact range ending gunshot wound to the right lateral abdomen. Suit was noted surrounding the wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the right abdomen, soft tissue, diaphragm, liver, inferior vena cava, stomach, diaphragm, pericardium, left ventricle of the heart, left lung upper lobe, left lateral fifth rib, left lenhumeral joint, and left back well-preserved jacketed bullet was recovered and retained. Associated with this injury was 2,100 milliliters of blood within the chest cavity and 50 milliliters of blood within the abdominal cavity. The wound track was from front to back, right to left, and upward when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. Additionally, adult oxidized fragment bullet was recovered and retained in the left jaw. This bullet was encased in fibrous tissue. This fragment of bullet was not associated with any current wound tracks. Post-mortem toxicology analysis of the peripheral blood was non-contributory, and in consideration of the circumstances, post-mortem examination and toxicology findings in the manner of this homicide.
Would you like to publish that to the court?
Yes, please. Thank you. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to call Annette. And you know what, Judge, I should have asked, and I forgot to ask for mutual or sequestration of the exception to protect Mitchell, who's my officer in charge.
Any objections to the OIC remain? Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm going to order you to step into the hallway to further notice. Also, people out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, please log on. Please give your name and spelling to begin ready to see the picture. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. The voice of nice and loud and speak into that microphone and you to the left. You have a seat. Put the microphone down to you. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record? And Ms. Kessler, are you familiar with the individual called Sean Eden?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Through my boyfriend, Sean.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Through my boyfriend, Sean.
Okay. So how long did you know Sean?
Oh, maybe like 4 years.
And are you familiar with a person called Jerry Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
Through my boyfriend, Sean.
And do you see Mr. Holmes in court today?
Yes.
Could you just point to him and describe something that he is wearing?
The green county jail jumpsuit.
Okay, thank you. May the record reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
So,
Ms. Chancellor, how long have you been dating Dale and Sean?
Since 2019.
And have you known the defendant since that time or about that time?
I knew him about 3 years.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. So about Ms. Chancellor, I'm sorry, not having moved. I want to direct your attention to March 19th, 2024. Do you recall where you were that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at 9201 Bishop.
And is that in Detroit?
Yes.
Is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
And who lives there?
That's me and Bill Deshawn's house that we were together.
Okay. And that day, what was going on at the house?
It was Dale's birthday.
Right. So, were you at home all day?
No, not all day.
What time did you leave the house?
I left the house around like 9 in the morning. I returned about maybe like 5 in the evening.
And when you returned at 5 in the evening, what was going on at the house?
It was a lot of people over, few people over.
All right. Can you tell us who was there?
Me, Dale, Derek, Dale's nephew, Dale's friend, Sean, Jerry, my 1-year-old niece, my mother.
I'm sorry.
My 1-year-old niece. My mother. And 2 individuals, I really don't even know their name, honestly.
And when you arrived back at the house around 5, what was going on?
Everybody was sitting around drinking, talking.
And would it be fair to say this was a gathering for Dale's birthday?
Yes.
So during that gathering, at some point, do you observe a disturbance?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see that disturbance?
The disturbance started in the dining room.
And what parties were involved in the disturbance?
Sean and Jerry.
What happened that you observed at that point?
They were arguing back and forth.
And at this point, when you say they're arguing, are they just verbally arguing?
Yes.
And when when this argument is going on, do you do anything to attempt to resolve it?
Yes, I asked them all to leave.
And what happens when you ask them to leave?
Nobody moved. I tried pushing individuals towards the living room, towards the door. I got pushed back.
All right, and just to be clear, the layout of your house, when you come in the front door, what room are you in?
You are in the living room.
Okay, and if you go through the living room, do you enter another room?
When you go through the living room, then it's the dining room.
And after the dining room, is there a guest room?
And next to the dining room is the kitchen.
So as you were trying to get people to leave the house, does that argument between Sean and Jerry resolve at all?
Yes, it resolved. They shook hands and hugged.
And where did they shake hands and hug?
In the dining room.
And when that happened, what happened after that?
Right, after they shook hands and hugged, about maybe 2.5, 3 minutes go by, and Sean, got the cousin Jerry out again.
Where was Sean when he started cussing Jerry out again?
The dining room.
Where was Jerry at this point?
He was in the dining room as well.
All right, and at that point, were you able to involve yourself during that argument?
I just again asked them to just go ahead and just leave.
And what, if anything, happened after you asked to leave, asked them to leave?
It began to get physical.
Okay, describe what you mean by it began to get physical.
Sean pushed Jerry, and by this time Jerry was upset. I had got him towards the living room and was asking him to leave, and he told me don't touch him no more, to take my 1-year-old niece and get her off the way.
And at that point, what did you do?
I still was trying to get them to leave up until I heard a gunshot, and then I just took my niece and I ran for cover to get her out the way.
So when you had asked Jerry to leave and got him by the front door, where was Sean?
He was still in the dining room.
And while that's going on, at some point, do you see a gun?
The only gun that I saw was Jerry.
Okay, when did you pull it out? That he pulled out. When did you first see Jerry's gun?
When he pulled it and shot it.
Okay. And had you seen it before he pulled it and shot it at all?
No, I did not.
Was it before or after he told you to take your niece that you saw the gun?
It was after he told me to take my niece.
At that point, did you take your niece?
I didn't instantly take her and you know, put her up. I was still trying to get them to just go ahead and just leave. And then when the gunshot went off, then I took her.
Okay. So what did you do after where you go with your niece after you hear the gunshot?
I put her in the back room in the closet.
Then what happened?
And then I came back out of the room and I was still trying to get them to just go ahead and leave.
After the first gunshot, where was Jerry?
He was in the dining room.
Okay. And where was Sean?
In the dining room as well.
When you came back out and are asking them to go, what happened after you asked for that to happen?
After I asked for them to leave again, it was him pointing the gun at Sean.
Okay, and you say him, who's him?
Jerry.
Okay, Jerry points the gun at Sean. Where is Jerry when he's pointing the gun at Sean?
Now they're in the living room.
Okay, and how far away is Jerry from Sean when he's pointing the gun at him?
Maybe like As far as I am from her.
From her being the court clerk here?
Yes.
Okay, is it 6 feet or so?
Yes. About 6 feet, yes.
And what happens, well, can you tell us where Jerry is pointing the gun at Sean? Like on his body, where on his body is he pointing the gun?
I don't know exactly where he was aiming or nothing, but he was pointing.
And after you observed Jerry pointing his gun at Sean, what did you do?
I hurried up and grabbed my niece out the closet. I ran back in there and got her out the closet because she was screaming. I ran her outside and I put her in the car.
All right, and when you run her outside to put her in the car, what happens when you do that?
By the time I put her in the car and closed the door, the gun went off in the living room and I ran back in and Sean was shot.
So how long did it take you to go get your niece and take her outside?
Probably a minute and a half.
And when you get your niece, do you have to go through the living room again to take her outside?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you do that, is the gun still out in the living room?
Yes, as I was grabbing her and running out the door, he was still pointing the gun. Yes.
Okay, and is there anything else going on other than Jerry pointing a gun at Sean?
Everybody outside, and Dale is still upstairs.
Was there anybody else in the living room other than Jerry and Sean when you ran outside with your niece?
Yes.
Okay, who else was in?
Dale's nephew.
And who's that?
Katie.
Ron or something. Now, when you hear that second shot, what do you do?
I run back in the house. So I heard it from the outside of the house. I ran back in the house. I immediately grabbed the phone that was that I saw on the table. It wasn't even my phone, and I dialed 911.
And where was Jerry as you go back in the house?
Before I even get back in the house, he had already walked out.
Okay. And does he say or do anything when he comes out of the house?
He still had the gun in his hand, and I panicked. I ran back in and trying to figure out what exactly was going on. And when I saw him shot, I just dialed 911.
When you saw him shot, who was
Sean.
And where was Sean when you saw him when you went back in the house?
He was like in the corner in the living room towards the front window.
What did you do when you were on the phone crying?
I was telling them to please come. That someone had been shot. And I was just talking to Sean, telling him to just hold on. I'm trying to get him through that.
At any point during that evening, did you see Sean with a gun?
I never saw him.
At any point that evening, did you see anybody else other than Jerry?
Nobody had a gun out, so no, I didn't see nobody with a weapon, but I knew who had a weapon, just based off of who always has a weapon.
And tell me what Jerry's gun looked.
It was a black handle. I don't know guns for real. A black gun, a little.
Just one thing.
Judge, I don't have any further copies of this, answer that.
Grandpa? Yeah. I'm gonna ask you a few questions, all right? Ms. Grandpa, you reside at 9201 Bishop?
Yes.
And, after all the activity you just described, did you have occasion to speak with a police officer?
Yes, I did, at, headquarters.
Okay. Did you, okay, and would that have been about 20 minutes after 10 in the night?
I don't know the time exactly.
I'm gonna show you what reports to be copy your state, okay? Got what you have? No. Read it to yourself. Let me know. Look at the first page. Is there a signature at the bottom? Look at the second page. There's a signature at the bottom of that. Now, when you affix your signature to that, and after you had given the statement to whoever you gave it to, did they ask you to read your statement over again, like I just did?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did.
And did they tell you, ask you if you had any corrections or deletions to make?
They did, and I didn't.
And you didn't?
No.
So that statement that you gave the police officers that night was accurate for your memory?
Yes.
And did you tell the officer now that on the evening of March 19th, that there was a party celebrating Dale's birthday?
Yes, I did.
And it was had at your home, right?
Yes.
I think you've indicated to us that you got home around 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Right? And when you got there, the party was already going on.
Yes.
And you knew the decedent known as Sean Stoudemire, is it?
No, I didn't even know him by Sean. I knew him as Jock, his nickname.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I know Sean by Jock, that's his nickname.
Jock?
Yes.
And was he there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Was he drinking?
Yes, he was.
Is it fair to say he was inebriated? Drunk?
Yes.
And you could tell that because you know him and because you could tell the way he was acting, that he was intoxicated. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that, is it also true that Sean or John started to make inappropriate gestures towards your mother?
No, that I don't know.
Well, that's what you said.
That's because that's what was said, that that's what he did, and he told me that he did.
Look back through it. You told me that everything you put in the statement.
And it was.
All right. And what you, isn't it true that in your statement, you indicate that Sean started to make inappropriate gestures towards my mom? Is that in your statement?
Yes.
And that's the same statement you told me is the truth?
Yes.
All right. Okay. That Uncle Jerry, who's Uncle Jerry?
Jerry.
Jerry Mahomes, the guy here that you described in the jail outfit.
Yes.
And you know him as Uncle Jerry?
Yes.
Is that a term of familiarity?
It's a term that I just call him Uncle Jerry because that's my boyfriend's Uncle Jerry.
Okay. All right. And I guess you told the police that Mr. Mahomes told Sean to stop doing these inappropriate gestures. Is that true?
Yes.
And you say that this caused an argument between Sean and Uncle Jerry.
Yes.
And then Sean was calling Jerry out of his name.
Yes.
Remember some of the names he was calling? Come on, you don't remember any of the names?
No, I remember the names. I can test the court.
Yes.
Oh, bitch ass niggas.
Bitch ass nigga, right?
Yes.
I probably said nigger instead of nigga, right?
However.
Okay. And, I'm sorry? You tried to break him up, and you got proof, right?
Yes.
Now, then you say that you then went and grabbed your niece, Miranda McGregor.
Miranda Gregory.
All right, I'm sorry, Miranda.
Miranda.
Yeah. All right, and that was true as well?
Yes.
And you saw Jerry and Sean start throwing punches at each other.
Yes.
They were fighting.
Yes.
You, you saw, huh?
Yes. They were tussling.
Well, you're throwing punches, that's a fight, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Jerry was throwing punches and Sean was throwing punches?
Mm-hmm.
That means yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then you say you saw Jerry grab a gun from his side waistband, right?
Yes.
And then you say, I put my niece in the closet when I heard a gunshot.
Yes.
That was true.
Yes.
So when you heard the gunshot, you weren't in the same room as
yes, I was.
I'm sorry. It says here that you said that I then put my niece back in the closet when I heard a gunshot.
I put my niece in the closet.
Ma'am, I'm asking you, is that what you said?
Yes.
Was it true?
Yes.
You've also indicated, ma'am, that there were other people, you know that there were other people that were armed in this party.
Yes.
On direct examination, you said that, right?
Yes.
I believe you indicate that they had guns, but no one else had a gun out that you saw.
Right.
So there were guns, you just didn't see them.
Correct.
And that could be equally true of Sean.
No, because I never said Sean had a gun. You asked, did he have a gun? I told you no.
No, I didn't ask you, she asked you.
No, Sean did not have a gun.
How do you know?
Because he wasn't armed.
How do you know?
Because he was the only one that pulled out the gun. That's how I know.
Okay, but what about the other people that you indicated that you knew had guns and did not pull them out? So that means you saw, there were people there who you know had weapons, right?
Yes.
You didn't see those either, did you?
They see.
You didn't see those either, did you, man?
No.
You just knew those. So. And you don't even know, you didn't even know this guy, Sean, right?
I know him just as well as I know him.
No, you said you know Mr. Mahone because he's your husband's uncle.
Right, and I know Sean because he's my boyfriend's cousin.
Well, you told us that, as I recall, that you didn't know Sean that well. Isn't that true?
That's in my statement.
No, that's what you said on direct.
Oh, no, because that's not what was just said when she was talking to me. She asked me how long did I know him, and I told her 4 years.
4 years? All right, well, I stand corrected on that.
Okay.
And how often would you see it? Over 4 years. Is it a regular visit to your home?
Yes. He comes to see him
And
time to time, yes.
And you don't know whether he carried a weapon or not?
No, I never seen him with a gun.
Seeing him with it means you don't mean.
I never seen him with a gun and a weapon of any kind.
That means you've never seen a gun or a knife in his hands, right?
Okay, so no, I haven't.
So that doesn't mean he didn't necessarily have it.
Okay.
Right? Am I right? Now, is that correct?
Yes.
1 second. I mean. Can you redirect?
Stand clear, Tom. You indicated that you heard the gunshot and then putting your knees in the closet. Can you explain the sequence and order in which that went?
Yes, after the, during the tussle, Jerry reached in his waistband, pulled out his gun, and I was holding my niece. And I said, you know, it's the baby in here, and
Objection to what she said.
She's available for cross-examination.
So you said there's a baby in here and then what next?
and then the gun went off.
At that point, what did you do?
I just rushed past them with the baby and go to the back room and put her in the closet. Like I was at where I was standing in the dining room was closer to the living room entrance, like, you know, from the living room to the dining room. And they were closer to the kitchen, like, by the refrigerator. I can't explain it. It's like,
Nothing more.
Can I ask one more question? Yes, ma'am. You indicated that. Do you know how far the people were, Mr. Mahomes was from the decedent at the time the shot was fired? I mean, you indicated 6 feet. Is that still?
yes, that was in the living room.
Okay. Do you know how far they were apart? You didn't see the shot being
They
fired.
were fighting in the dining room, so of course they were very close.
Wait a minute, you didn't see the shot being fired.
In the dining room, yes, I did.
You
In
saw
the
it?
living room, no, I heard it
Okay.
from outside.
So you're saying there were more than one shot fired?
Yes,
And at some point, one of the shots that was fired, you said they were at least 6 feet away from each other. Is that right?
yes,
And the other, you don't know how close they were. You just deduced that since they were fighting, they were close. Is that correct? Is that correct, man?
no, first off, it's not correct, because you just asked the question in a way that I'm not about to try to answer. I'm just gonna tell you.
Wait, John. Now, if there was something confusing about the question, I had to clear it up. I'm not Mr. Wicks.
So she says, no, it's not correct.
So
I'm about to clarify.
no, you're not.
Okay, yeah.
Not right now. I'm talking before. Sir, John.
Yes, sir.
I just don't think it's. I mean, I don't think it was responsible.
She said, you know, she answered the question that she wanted to elaborate, and you allowed her to elaborate.
All right. Let's go ahead.
They were in the dining room. That's where the first shot went off. And it went through my refrigerator. And then we got once I put the baby in the room, I came back out of the room, and then they were facing him. He was facing Sean, and Sean was facing him in the living room, and that's where they were 6 feet apart.
Okay, so in the living room shot, they were 6 feet apart. Am I correct?
Yes.
And the other place was in the dining room?
They were fighting, and he grabbed it and he shot while they were right close to each other.
I'm talking about the one shot that you say wound up in your refrigerator.
It's the shot where they were fighting in my dining room.
And so if you saw a bullet mark in your refrigerator?
Yes, my refrigerator has a bullet hole in it, and it went through my refrigerator, out my freezer. I have a side-by-side refrigerator.
All right, thank you, Karen.
You're welcome.
You read. Oh, read. Okay. So perhaps I missed the I apologize. I know you've been up here for a while. But I need some clarification. Do you recall what this argument or misunderstanding or confrontation was about?
Yes.
Who was it? Speak to my.
It was about, Sean making, sexual gestures towards my mother.
Sean making sexual gestures towards you. Okay. And Jerry and Sean, are they related?
No, they are not related.
Okay, so you said you know Jerry because Jerry is your boyfriend's uncle, right?
He is, I know him as my boyfriend's uncle on his father's side, and Sean, I know him as the cousin from his mother's side.
Okay.
Who married.
All right, so they're in-laws.
Yes.
Gotcha. So the first shot that you say you heard took place when they were fighting in the dining room?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's when you put your, was it your daughter?
My niece, my 1-year-old niece, I put her in the back room closet.
Okay. That was during the first shot?
Yes.
How much time passed between the first shot and the second shot?
Maybe about 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. Okay. When that second shot was fired, you were outside?
Yes, I was.
Then that's when you came in and you saw that Sean was
Shot, yes.
shot laying up against the wall.
Yes, he was like in a fetal position.
Okay. So the first shot was fired when they were fighting in the dining room.
Yes.
You put her in the closet, then you subsequently got her out of the closet, ran out of the house. When you were out of the house, some 3.5 minutes later, you heard a second shot.
Yes.
And then you came back in.
No. This is all in the same time. Like the time that I put her in the closet, I walked out, I saw them two facing each other. Then when I saw them, like, facing each other, I hurried up and ran back in there because she was screaming and hollering in there. So I hurried up and my niece.
Oh, so she was still in the closet?
She was still in the closet. And I ran, grabbed her, and then I ran outside with her, and I was putting her in the car, and I was telling my mom just to take off with her.
When you were outside, that's when you heard the second shot? Yes. Any questions based on the questions? No. Thank you, man. You may start. Yeah, witnesses for the people.
Just 1 second. At this point, I think that I would not put any additional witnesses on, and I would ask the court to find over two charges in the explanation. One is for murder, second, felony firearm.
Mr. Colbert, did you have any witnesses? No. That's fine.
Judge, very briefly as regards to first degree committed murder, in this particular instance, I'm sorry. Of course, I'm sorry. With regards to first degree premeditated murder,
In this particular case, we have an incident at a birthday party where people are drinking and having a good time. There's an altercation. During that altercation, the defendant eventually uses a firearm. However, the altercation stopped at least once, if not twice. During the production of the firearm, one shot goes off. The shot goes off, and then there is a delay. There is a minutes-long delay between that shot and the second shot, as Ms. Dancer just testified. The first shot goes off. She indicated that she took her small niece to the back room, comes back out. The defendant is standing there pointing a gun approximately 6 feet away from the victim, in this case, Sean. And she decides that she needs to go back and get her niece, but she's making a lot of noise in the closet. She indicated that period of time that she went to look at her niece and then ended up outside before she hears the second shot was 1.5 minutes. However, she also testified here today that the ultimate length of time between the first shot and the second shot was about 3.5 minutes. So clearly, the defendant had plenty of time to think about what he was doing. He had plenty of time to consider the second shot that he made. He had plenty of time to consider what would happen if he in fact shot another person. He then leaves. Sean is laying on the floor in the living room. The Stanford calls 911. Testimony here is that the complainant was shot one time, not the testimony, and the report reflects that the complainant was in fact shot one time. Extremely, obviously extremely deadly line in his body that bullet took. And obviously the defendant did these actions with a gun, necessitating a bindover on felony firearm as well. Judge, I think that's sufficient factual basis for purposes of preliminary exam. This is a probable cause for a bindover regarding first-degree murder, and I would ask the court to find it.
Okay.
As I heard the testimony, and the witness does say that her statement is true, when she says that they were fighting, and then there was a gunshot. The second gunshot, she wasn't there for. She also indicated there were other people that she knew in the place who were armed. She just didn't see them. There's nothing on this record that would demonstrate that if there was a second gunshot, that second gunshot came from this defendant. The only gunshot that we know that is arguably attributable to him is the gunshot that was during the face-to-face fighting that the witness that she witnessed, that Ms. Hansler witnessed. Other than that, she's outside when the shot is fired, and I'm guessing that I don't know if that's the one that went through her refrigerator or not, but we know from I guess
her testimony was that the first gunshot.
There's only one shot where they are face to face. There's one shot. The other shot, we don't know where it came from or who shot it, because she wasn't there, and there's no testimony on the record as to how it was delivered. She was outside.
The testimony I heard was that your client was the only person that had a gun that was out and was displayed, and she was putting her daughter in the closet, her niece in the closet. That's when she heard it.
Okay, I'm not denying that there was a shot. I'm saying, number one, it was a close range shot. So that was because of the testimony from that's included in the medical examiner's report. It had to be within 2 feet.
Not the second shot.
The second shot, we don't know. She didn't know who fired it. I mean, she wasn't in the place. She doesn't know if that came from
the first shot. From her testimony, what I gleaned is that both men were still alive after the first shot. That first shot went through the refrigerator.
No, sir, I disagree with you.
The second shot is when she came in and she saw the seated dead in the laying up against the wall.
I disagree with the court on the timing on that. She said they were fighting. And as soon as and during the fight is when the shot was fired. Now that's what
Right,
she
she
said.
said that shot went through the refrigerator.
That's what I disagree with. I don't think she knows which shot, it's not clear from her testimony. But I know you, so I know if you say that's what you heard, that's what you heard. But I disagree with you on that. I think that there's more than sufficient evidence for second-degree murder. You know, I mean, there is clearly confrontation, there's clearly a fight, and there's clearly a shot fired during that fight. And I understand that would mean that equates with second-degree murder because a gun's being used. And I know the court's opinion that you cannot bring a gun to a fist fight. I understand that. But we when you consider all the circumstances, and the scene is well intoxicated, and he's putting himself over on a woman, he's constantly in the defendant's face. They start to physically exchange blows and a shot. Those are the facts that I think are pretty. And those are the facts that are arguably second-degree murder.
Just briefly, Judge. The facts also indicate that the defendant addressed Ms. Dantzler and told her to get the baby out of there, to get out of the way. Well, to get. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, there was no talking.
So the facts also indicate that he had an intent. He knew what the intent was. It certainly was premeditated. He was going to use this firearm. He took it out, produced it, he had it out, he shot it once, waited several minutes, and shot it again. That is premeditation, and I think that it's sufficient premeditation to send to a jury.
So again, the facts as I understand them is that it sounds like the deceased may have very well been intoxicated. Lack of a better term, maybe even wilding out and making inappropriate comments to women, whether they're that type of thing, and the defendant took exception to what it was that he was saying. Meaning that ultimately the defendant and the deceased get into some kind of physical exchange whereby the defendant pulls out a gun and fires a shot. Testimony, as I understand it, was that that first shot went through the refrigerator, side by side, refrigerator / freezer of some sort. That shot rang out as the witness testified here. She was putting her niece into a closet. Then she proceeds to go outside. And she says the niece is in the closet screaming and crying, and then she comes back in after hearing the second shot while she was outside. And that second shot took place 3.5 minutes later. I think at some other point in time she said a minute and a half. So we'll say a minute and a half to 3.5 minutes later. Now, Mr. Culpepper is correct in that this court does say routinely that you can't bring a gun to a fist fight, first and foremost. That doesn't negate whether or not the people have shown probable cause for first-degree murder, which is a premeditated killing where there was enough time for the defendant to reflect on his actions before he takes it. But that testimony about her being outside about the second shot being heard, I think would qualify as enough time to reflect on those actions before we take it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that that first shot was the first shot that took effect, shot him in the stomach and killed him. Because if that was in fact the case, why would you even have to fire a second shot, which you had in the refrigerator for? Why would you fire the second shot in the refrigerator? That makes no sense to me.
Court knows you only got shot once.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The first shot was to the abdomen. That was the shot that killed him. There would be no need to fire a second shot And that second shot was the second shot that went through the refrigerator. That makes no sense to the court. So, facts as I understand it is that the first shot was the first shot that missed. The second shot that took place a minute and a half or 3.5 minutes later was the second shot that shot at close range. Now, what happened during that period of time in the house, we don't know, because we haven't heard from the witness here who's able to tell us they were still engaged in the fight. But we do know that that second shot, what I believe to be the second shot, was fired at close range, at least 2 feet away, or closer. Actually, it may have been a contact, because the medical examiner said there was soot surrounding the wound. So I don't know if there was a fight that was going on at the time that happened. Ultimately, this may shake out to be a second-degree murder, but I'm not here to determine that. What I have to determine is whether or not the people have presented enough evidence on the elements of first-degree murder. And that's going to be left to its prior effect. So the court finds that people have met their verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint from Warren. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this was committed. A rational prior effect could find that there was a second shot, and the second shot is what killed Mr. Hayden, and that this defendant premeditated that intent to kill. A rational prior effect would also find that this was one of those situations where they were in a heated moment. There was a fight that precipitated this, and then these shots were fired as a result of that. I think it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for first proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 18th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Following the continued.
Last time we had this disagreement. Yeah, the defendant's at home.
At least I'm consistent.
The defendant is at home.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not my function. I don't do proof beyond the reasonable doubt. I do probably.
I was trying to get you to take it down last part of that. But that's all right. All right. Yeah. All right, good. I appreciate it.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Mr. Culpepper, was that the funeral guy you talking about?
That's funeral.
Oh, so he
No, he drew.
That's what I said. He beat.
Oh, yeah, I said.
Okay. I never knew the outcome of that.
Oh, if not,
You got home.
See y'all.
No.
Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow afternoon. I won't be here tomorrow morning, so you'll be at the funeral. Hope to see you tomorrow afternoon, same bad station, same bad time. Different bad time, afternoon bad time. All right, I'm gonna to check.
This is order for me, Mark, she on the attorney can talk about, I guess she's in. She came, she
I'm fine, how are you? Yeah, I'm the average. Well, my last day was 19. Yeah. I'm a super worker for the council. Yeah, that's right. I taught. I used to teach school. I taught. Today. That's Jim.
We can just do it.
All right.
Then I'll text you and let you know.
So what?
I'll text you and let you know.
Text you.
I'll text you and let you know.
Yeah, I am. Okay. You guys find your own next one? Or you already have? Oh, no. I think somebody just directed to.
Give me, yeah.
Or document, oh, that's not, okay.
Yeah. I like all. It just came my last day gonna be the 19th.
Your last day.
Here, I'm gotta leave. I'm going over to, I'm gonna still be working for the county, but I'm going over to juvenile.
Why?
Okay, you want me to tell you too? I'm gonna come tell you right now.
I see you, Judge.
All right, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Think you don't like juvenile, buddy?
Let me explain to you something.